Hello. Hello, Mr. Goodman. Welcome. First of all, is my mic working? Yes, it is working. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And this is working too. Hello. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another Cinnamon stream. Hello. Today, it's Freedom Day, America. Caca! I just finished making pizza, so I'm having some pizza right now. Seely! Hiyo! A little this and that, and then... Thank you, Babas. Babas, only 25 cents. Only 25 cents. Pizza, sure. It's a supreme pizza. I don't know if I have enough to share with the class. Yes, but I have pizza right now, and also an alcoholic beverage. Shh, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody I'm drinking alcohol right now, okay? This is just between us. And then, once I finish my pizza, we're going to refill my beverage. And then we're going to continue our ASMR reading of Jurassic Park. 25 cents is wild. 25 cents per bubble. You get one per stream. One per stream. Bubbles. How are you guys? How is it going? Today. I have been practicing all morning and networking. I've been switching between practicing and networking all morning. I'm trying to get my vocals down right before I send off my my part of the duet to Shirai. So maybe tomorrow is the day. I keep like, okay, so there are notes that I know I can hit, right? There are notes that I know I can hit because I've sang the national anthem for an event before, right? And you got that belty, and the rocket's red glare. So there's that, right? And then also, so on K-pop Demon Hunters, that's like the same note, the free, that, right? But I'm always afraid to hit that belt, and it's so frustrating. So much frustrate. But that's not the part that is like, so there's the part, right? It's the, so take my hand, it's open. I'm afraid to hit that whenever I go to record. the oh Sarkhan Yarsay. By the dawn's early light. But yeah, I've been trying to see, I can hit it now. Why couldn't I do it earlier? So take my hand, it's open free. Why can't we heal what's broken? Okay, I can do that. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Tomorrow. Or maybe I'll do it tonight after stream. We'll see. I was like, I'm afraid to hit every note. Real. So real. I have songs that I like to sing that I know I don't sound good singing, but it doesn't stop me. That doesn't stop me. I love that song so much. So the plan is to do that song, and then I also want to do the song at the beginning, the till you're done, done, done. The hunt tricks don't quit till we're done, done, done. I want to do that one, and then what was there was another one that's planned. The this is what it sounds like. The one at the end. Yes. So many plans. So many plans. But yeah, originally we were planning for today to be the next installment of the Doki Doki stream, but you know, it's 4th of July. So we ended up moving that to next week. So today is our usual Jurassic Park. And then tomorrow I'm gonna play a game that I got from a small little indie studio that is a little lesbo visual novel. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Let me take a bite into my pizza before it gets cold. Cold pizza. Do y'all eat pizza with ranch? Do y'all eat pizza with ranch? I like pizza with ranch. Yes, I knew it couldn't be the only one. Love pizza with ranch. So I got the red pepper flakes and also garlic powder on here. Oh, let me snooze that. There we go. I forgot to turn off my ads. I think even if I turn it off right now, it's still gonna run ads. I would have to restart my stream. Oh well. I guess the people will just have to deal with the ads. Yeah. Ranch on pizza is legit so good. Like, nothing beats the garlic dipping sauce, but ranch? It's just a whole other thing. I got my America coming out today. America! Fuck yeah! Oh man, you hear that crunch? Ooh, ranch powder on it. I'm gonna have to try that. We don't ever get ranch powder though, so I would have to have like an excuse to get it. The other day we had au jus French dip sliders. Oh, so fucking good. I love it. And then tomorrow's my mom's birthday, so we're going out for lunch. I should be back in time for stream. I should be back with plenty in time for stream actually. The place we're going to is a couple of cities over. Originally we wanted to go to this place called Fogo de Chao. It just opened recently, like last month it opened, right? Like middle of last month it opened. And they are super booked. They are super booked up this weekend. My sister tried to call and make a reservation, but it just wasn't happening. So she made a reservation at some place closer to her, in the city where she lives. So we're gonna have to drive up there and then just all kind of go together. Happy birthday, Mama Sina. I will let her know. I will let her know that y'all said happy birthday. We're going to this place called Mango Mango. Apparently they were on like Shark Tank. It's like some kind of like French Creole soul food place. So I'm interested in trying it. Apparently, so I was looking at their menu. Apparently they've got like award-winning beignets, and I haven't tried beignets before. So if I'd kind of want to get one if I go there. My older sister was asking me if I like, she like sent me a picture or a video of beignets before, and she was like, do you think you can make these? I was like, yeah, I could make those if I have the proper like stuff to make it with. I'm a baker. If you give me a recipe and the tools that I need, I can bake pretty much anything that you want me to bake, except maybe macarons. Macarons are a work of trial and error until you get it perfect. And I love macarons. Careful not to get your soul turned into a mango. You know what? I'll try. They won't get my soul. They won't get my soul, you know, because I've hidden it deep inside. I've hidden my soul away deep inside, nowhere to be found. No one can find my soul. Not even I can find my soul. And that's why I say ridiculous things like I was saying last night, which I 100% mean. It was a very truthful moment. Beignets. I will learn how to make beignets. I will learn how to make beignets. I just need I need a dish deep enough to fry them in. Cause they are kind of essentially like just square donuts, kind of. Like, not to be reductionist, but they're kind of just like square donuts. So I need a receptacle to fry them in. Hi, Izumiya. When do you go to work? Got an ad starting soon. For those about to go into ads, let me know what they're trying to sell you, because I'm really curious what kind of stuff that you get on your ads based on your algorithm, like your search history and shit. You're walking there right now. It was 6 in the afternoon. I never ate lunch after. Ooh. Yeah, I eat once a day, so I only eat dinner. Because I'm a brokey. I can only afford to eat once a day. Fancy donut squares. Crunchy pizza. Thank you for dropping in though, Sealy. You got Velveeta cheese. Velveeta cheese. What happened to Junior? I don't know, maybe he's sleeping. Maybe he's still sleeping. He usually plans for the streams to be up in time. He might be out also. Like, he could be out with friends. I think he has those. I think he said he has those. I'm surprised he didn't clip anything that I said last night. Well, he did make some clips, but not like the ones toward the end. Those were funny. Fact check. And me bullied KO about her Squid Game shape thingy. What about the umbrella stuff and others? Yeah, that was funny. That was funny. I was kind of sad that I couldn't stick around for the rest of the stream, but I was like really tired, so I went downstairs and I watched YouTube for a little bit and went to sleep. But yeah, it was funny. It was nice. And nothing is funny about how Ichi died from a foot. What do you mean? That was hilarious. It was super funny that he died from a falling rock because of the bird. He didn't see the bird. He didn't see the bird. He doesn't pay attention to the game when he's reading the chat. So that's why that happened. Me, I somehow didn't see the freaking giant boar. Like, I was just beelining it towards, what was it? Another watermelon or was it a pineapple? I was going for one of those two things. I needed to get food, right? And I just got fucking annihilated. Like, I got hit once and I was like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, gotta go. And then it was like, hey bitch, guess what? You're fucking hungry. You can't run anymore. So then I was just like, alright, I guess I'm just eating shit today. But yeah, I 100% fully blame Ichi for that because he put it on his first time playing Raft. His first time playing Raft, and he decides to play it on hard mode. His first time playing, and he puts it on hard mode. Crazy. Yeah, fully underestimated, but it was funny though. It was funny. So it was worth the pain. Oh yeah, that was great. That was great. I was hoping he was gonna be able to come get me. I didn't expect that the bird would go that far, cause he said he was just chilling on the raft, right, when it hit him. But yeah, oh, that bird sucks. So I didn't see the bird when we were on the island. When I was on the first half of the island, I didn't see it till the second half. So I was like, well, he should be fine. There's no way it would get him all the way over there, because I didn't see it until I went over to the other half. And it usually kind of sticks to one area, and then when you get out of its territory, it doesn't throw shit at you anymore. So I wonder what happened there. Let me have a little drinky drink. Delicious. Delicious. So Izumi, how's life as the how's life as the Walmart greeter? Junior is confirmed to be your evil twin according to himself. Evil twin? He's not even my age. How could he be my evil twin? I'm no greater. I'm a stock. Hard but worth it. Grind the money. Grind the money. Yeah. I was thinking about applying up at the grocer that is in a walkable distance to me. But not, I really don't want to do like cash register shit because I've done that before and it fucking sucks. So I was thinking of doing like a stocking the aisles. I think they had a position open for like dairy last time I looked, but I don't think I want to do dairy and frozen. I think I'll just do like a regular aisle stocking is for me, I think. So I'm gonna look again. Maybe they have a piece in the bakery too. We'll see. We shall see. Alright, where's my thingy for the Jurassic Park? There it is. Let me just get that ready. Yep, have that paused. Let me see what else they have actually in the Jurassic Park ASMR. Okay, I think I'll do that one. Alright. I am prepared. I am prepared. You use Wattpad to read. Like, you read Wattpad stories. You never do cashier, but will never be a cashier. Math is your weakness. Well, you don't need to know math to be a cashier. The register does the math for you. You just have to be able to count the dollars that you need to give them, the dollars and the coins. Wattpad is like a library. Yeah, Wattpad has... It's like a self-publishing thing. With a lot of like cringy stories on it about werewolf romances. You read a lot of fanfics? I used to read fanfics when I was in high school. They're usually like a bunch of self-insert fanfics. You know, where people write their OC into the story or create like different scenarios where their OC is a part of like an offshoot story. I've read a lot of those when I was a teenager. Now I prefer just the complete originals, not fanfics. I mean, if you show me like a really good fanfic that's not a self-insert, I'll probably read it. Now the question is, Izumi, have you ever written your own fanfic? That's what I want to know. Gates. I never heard of that anime. Inserted other things like Warhammer, Nader UN type stuff, mostly military stuff. Yeah, no, I've never heard of that anime before. It's been a year since you've tried making lore about yourself. Well, you don't have to write about yourself for it to be a fan fiction. Like, you can literally just put like your, like, do a fan fiction based on your own headcanon, right? Like, oh, like you remember that scene we were talking about last night? You remember that scene in Naruto where, like, where they accidentally kissed because Naruto was sitting on the desk and in front of Sasuke and got bumped into him? Like, you could totally do like an offshoot of that, like a headcanon fanfic of that, where they like, that's how they find out that they're gay type shit, you know? Like that not a self-insert, but still a fan fiction because it's fictional. And you're a fan, like it's a fan-made fictional story about something that already exists, right? Yeah, so that would be an example of a non-self-insert fanfiction if it was created. Somebody probably has written something like that because that's just the way the internet works. If you can think of it, it probably exists. Yeah. It's been so long. Did you watch Boruto though? I didn't end up watching Boruto. I think I watched like a couple of episodes and then just like never continued it. Not for any particular reason. I just there's just a period of time where I just like fell off of anime and just stopped keeping up with it. I'm still don't really keep up with anime like that anymore. But I watch it every now and then. Like, I'll have some that I go back to all the time, like Psyche K. I watched the first 2 seasons of Kakegurui. I need to watch the 3rd one. It's been such a long time. I don't even know if it's still on Netflix. Is it still on Netflix? I'll probably have to find a place to watch it. If I think of plane with feathers, meaning it exists too. Yeah, you could probably find art of a plane with feathers. Oh, I stopped watching Pokemon a long time ago too. I don't watch Pokemon anymore. Do they still do Digimon? Because I stopped watching Digimon a long time ago too. Do they still make new Digimon stories? And then there was, I think I watched a couple of episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! XD. Didn't like it, so I stopped watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Too. Nom 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 nom. You want to see how crunchy my pizza is, Chewy? Also, hello. Okay, crunchy pizza incoming. Ah. Crunchy pizza. Oh, wait. Like a stale saltine? What? Crispy crust. Alright, I finished my pizza. Chewy, what's your opinion on pizza with ranch? Also, I have cola with whiskey. Whiskey cola. You never heard of a crunchy pizza? Pizza, ranch, mozza, buffalo chicken. I'd try it. I think I think we did get like a buffalo chicken pizza before. From who is it that does it? Domino's. Buffalo chicken pizza. We had a Marco's that opened up over here recently. That was pretty good pizzas. Marco's pizza. Pizza toppings. A delicious pizza. Ad starts in 5 seconds. I don't think anyone here goes through ads though because you're all my subscribers, right? Everybody here is subscribed. Oh, that burp came through real nice. Oh, digest. One Jollibee, but it's hella far. Yeah, my Jollibee, I would have to drive, I think, like 15 minutes. Like 10 to 15 minutes, I think, to get my Jollibee. If I wanted it. Which isn't that bad. Yeah, I want to say it's like a 10 to 15 minute drive to get Jollibee from where I live. It's like I'm pretty sure it's the only Jollibee in the state. At least the last time I checked it, it was the only Jollibee in the state. But that's because my area has a pretty dense Filipino population. Filipinos. Oh, Chewy, speaking of Filipinos, I keep finding Pipinos in the wild. I found more Pipinos as a VTuber than I have found ever as a regular streamer. I found more Pipinos. Would you like me to give you my Pipinos? Because I can give you my Pipinos. Mine has only one Jollibee and also Seafood City in the island. I thought Cass didn't like Pipinos. Ha! We don't have a Seafood City, I don't think. Yeah, we don't have a Seafood City. If there is one, it's probably up north. More towards the Koreans. Yeah, the Koreans are like up north and all the Pipinos are like down in the south. Mopo Patata, hello! Hello, welcome in. Seafood City is expensive as hell. Yeah, we don't have one of those. I think I've only ever heard of that from Asians on the West Coast. I've never heard of that over here. Hello, Ate Sin. Hello! Hello, we were just talking about Filipinos and how I've had better luck finding other Filipinos as a VTuber than I've had as a regular streamer. Like, I did meet like a few Filipinos when I was a regular streamer years ago. However, now I think Filipinos are more likely to be active in the VTuber community than in the other ones, I think. Because I met more Filipino VTubers than I ever did Filipino like regular streamers. I think out of like all of the streamers, regular streamers that I've known, only let's see, Cressy, Alodia, Tech Tourist. Those were like the only three that I knew back then. I do know another one now. Her name is Joy Libby. I met her recently. So that's 4 now for the regular streamers. Ah! Why? Why? Ah! Assault. So now I know like 4 regular regular streamers that are Filipino. Okay? But I've met more like Filipino chatters and then a couple of Filipino VTubers since I've started VTubing. So I think now I've got Vimshi. I think I have 3 Filipino VTubers currently. Oh wait, no, I actually have 5 regular streamers that are Filipino because I forgot about Trix. I forgot about Trix, but he's also a Filipino. He's Canadian VTuber. But for VTubers, I have 3: Vimshi, that one, Lily, and one more. I have 4. I have 4 Filipino VTubers. I will collect more. Actually, no, I think I have 5 because I think the other one that I started following, he's a V singer. I think he might be Filipino. I'm Filipino but not a streamer. Yes, I know because you are my C-star. Lady Serenity is my C-star, you guys. She is my C-star. What if actually Viet? No, actually, no. Confirm Filipino. Because when I was on his stream earlier, he had the meme that was like, online I'm this, but IRL I'm actually Filipino. And it's like the sad Pepega meme, right? Because it's like, online I'm the super cool VTuber, but IRL I'm just a Filipino. And then they're crying. V singer, who might that be? I might know. Ooh, I was watching him earlier. Hold on. Let me try to find. I will try to find. It should come up in my thingy. I'm trying to also, if you guys know like good personality V singers, right? If you know like some good V singers, I want to follow them because I want to meet more. I need more V singers so I can like connect. Izomi. That's who. Izomi. But if you guys want a list of like Filipino VTubers, I can like put one together. So every time I find a new Filipino VTuber, I'll just add it to like a Google Doc. Good V singer. They don't have to be Pipino, but Pipino is bonus points. Bonus points for Pipino. You have a list for me? Yes, yes, yes. Give me. Give me. No, not Izumi. Izomi. Yeah, give me list. Give me list. Not here though. Not here though. Put it in message me on Discord. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Patata, are you in my Discord? Hold on. There. That's my Discord. That's my Discord. That's my Discord. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just give me on Discord. Give me your list on Discord. And then, you know what? I'm gonna make a Google Doc of all Pipino VTubers, so I can share it with my friends. my other Pipino friends. It'll be the Pipino connection. No, don't threaten me with a good time. Get threatened. Get threatened. I'm threatening you live right now. Live and on stream, threatened by Syndra, the Bakunawa VTuber, devourer of moons. Was playing Horse Girl game. So I saw someone, I think I watched someone playing that. The Umemasumune game. I think I saw someone who was playing that yesterday. So I'm a little less confused now about the Horse Girl stuff that you were talking about, or someone was talking about. I think maybe it was you. I think it was you who was talking about it. My curiosity has been piqued. My curiosity has been piqued. I heard something about there's no horses in that world, so how do you get... So, like, the horse girls are the horses. I'm a little... My horse prince. Yours looks weird. Huh? That horse dating game? I think I watched, well, I didn't watch it, but I think I saw that someone, wasn't someone popular on YouTube playing that years ago? That, between that one and Hatoful Boyfriend, right? Hatoful Boyfriend and my horse prince. Bro, games get fucking crazy sometimes. You joined the Discord? Yeah. More Discord. More Discord members for me. Yes. More Discord members. Delete that though. And does anyone's Discord, like, just get all screwy sometimes? Your Discord app? Like, sometimes my Discord app gets kind of, like, laggy and freezy. Even though everything is up to date. Aya Mapapatata, do you like ASMR? More specifically, do you like ASMR reading streams? Happened to me multiple times. Yeah, it's so weird, cause even though I'm checking to see and make sure that all like my Windows is updated, my graphics driver is updated, everything is updated, but however it keeps doing the thing. There's nothing I can do to fix it. I don't wanna, like, the only thing I can think of is maybe uninstall it and then reinstall it, but who wants to go through all of that work? I already have to do things all day, every day. Discord being Discord. Yeah, Discord being Discord. Why did it do that? Why did the Discord just... Why did it just post twice? Is it because you said Discord? Where would you like me to put links for the V singers? Ah. Just, you know, I give you permission. Just message them to me. Go ahead. Just message them to me. I give you permission. You are permissed. TTT. Just like TTT. Just like TTT. Oh, Chewy. Chewy, tomorrow I need you to send me a motivational message. I need you to send me a motivational message tomorrow that I need you to send me motivational message tomorrow that I can hit all the notes that I need to in the K-pop Demon Hunters cover that I'm doing. I need you to send me motivational messages tomorrow. Because I tried recording it today, but I was too scared to hit the notes. But then when I was off of recording, not recording anymore, I did it, right? Because I did a comparison between the national anthem, right? The Star Spangled Spectacular, and the notes that I need for the song that I'm doing. And they're very similar. So I know I can do them. But I got scared. So I need you to send me motivation. Tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Motivate me tomorrow. Or... No, yeah, tonight. Send me motivation. Tonight and tomorrow. Motivate me. Beeping us. Yasu, thank you. Motivations. Okay, I need to take my plate down. I'm going to put my plate downstairs and refill my alcoholic beverage. I need more. You need Bobucks? I need regular bucks. Medic avatar. You need to you're trying to decorate your avatar to look like a medic. I just have mine looking super cute. She's like all decked out in cinema roll and just cute shit, man. For Ink Game. Oh, have you guys played the Squid Game in Roblox? I've seen it, but I haven't tried it. Crap game. You know how I downloaded crab game only to have no one to play with? She's like, oh, you should play with us. And then I download it. I'm like, alright, I'll download it. And then nobody wants to play anymore, so I never played it. You don't like the Squid Game? Squid Game, Squid Game, Squid Game, Squid Games. Yeah, every time people are like, oh, hey, this game is really fun, you should download and play with it. I'm like, alright, then I get the game, you know, whether it's free or not, like, right? Like, if it's something that I could afford, I buy it, right? And then they're like, they just don't play it anymore, right? I'm like, alright, cool, I'm ready to play. And then we play like maybe once or twice. And then they stop playing. They move on to something else. I'm like, motherfucker. A lot of avatar in your collection. I don't have a lot of avatars. I just have my one. I do want to eventually make like a dragonfish girl, but I'll need money for that. And then I'd be like, is that remote play together? Yeah, Chewy's always like, oh, let's play. Is that remote play together? Yeah, okay, yeah, let's go. Yeah. Oh yeah, I reinstalled Once Human. I need to check and see if I'm able to play it still, because I have had it happen before where, like, I used to play First Descendant, and then they did a couple of updates, and it was no longer playable for me. I would load into the game, and it was fucking lag city, right? No matter what I did. Lag fucking city. So I couldn't play First Descendant anymore, which is a shame because I really liked it. I did really like that game. Set you the list of things with their works and names. Thank you so much, Patata. Thank you. Thank you. Patata's a real one. W Patata. Baldur's Gate 3 is remote play together, and Played Up and Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is a remote play together. You just wanted bunnies, bazongas. Sent you the list with links to their breaks. Yeah. Thank you. Bazongas. Bazonganongas. Who doesn't like good bazonganongas? Bazonganongas are great. You know, whether you're into women or not, right? Bazongas be beautiful. And squish. Oh, yesterday we were looking at WrestleMania videos, right? Or like the WWE at WrestleMania videos, and I just couldn't help but notice how oiled up these dudes are, right? Just fucking dripping in grease. Shiny ass fucking chests. We're now playing Need for Speed Most Wanted, 2015, the Citadel, and Red Alert 2. Sweats? No, not even sweat. Like, they haven't even been out to wrestle, right? They just come out the gate fucking dripping in oil, right? That's it. They just fucking baby oiled themselves up before coming out, right? So that they're nice and glistening when the lights are hitting them, walking up to the fucking ring. I never noticed that before yesterday. Just fucking dripping in oil. Ooh, Love in Paradise? Oh. Love in Paradise. Da, 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 da. I wanna do I'm not sorry for loving you. Hime hing ho ha hing ho hing hoi hing hoi hing hoi. Like is this a horse race? You know, ever since like interacting with the Ume Masamune content, I've been getting like random horse race videos on my feed. So wonderful, beautiful thing. Oh yeah, sister! Sister, are you still here? Sister, if you're still here, I am being forced to partake in the luncheoning tomorrow. I'm being forced to partake in the luncheoning tomorrow. So I will be there, sister, if you hear me. I remember back like 8 to 9 years ago, the last time I've been to a chicken fight, I won the bet. Nah, chicken fight. You've been. That's not legal. That is not legal. I do know someone who breeds chickens. Or I know someone who knows someone who breeds chickens. It's legal in international waters. A lot of things are legal in... Well, not necessarily legal, but like... A lot of things can be done in international waters. Does that mean that they should be done in international waters? No, that does not mean that they should be done. But they can indeed be done. And that is why a lot of people go missing on cruises. Yes. Your grandpa breeds chickens. Can I have one? Not for fighting. I just want a chicken. I want an egg-laying hen. Egg-laying hen. You know what I don't understand? I don't understand how the process works of chicken egg fertilization, right? So like the hen lays the eggs, right? But that doesn't mean that they're going to turn into baby chickies, right? They're not fertilized until the rooster goes in and like sprays his seed all over the eggs. But like how does it permeate into the eggs in order for them to become fertilized embryos? Like, are eggs just like, are they porous so that it can just like seep in there like that? Or I do not understand the process in which this is able to happen. Osmosis. That would tell me that the eggs are like some level of porousness. The brain rot is hitting me, you guys. I was gonna say some dumb fucking shit. Like, Chia's on my motolysis. Right? That's how that works, right? Like, I've seen the most stupidest stuff said with that, right? And it's supposed to be funny, but I don't see how it's funny. It's just... I don't get it. Resist the brain rot. I try. I tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter how hard I try. Alright, let me entertain you. I'm going to take my plate. I'm going to take my plate downstairs now. I am not going to get distracted anymore. I've already said this 3 times. I'm going to take my plate downstairs. Izumi! Izumi. Izumi. Chat. Decorum. Alright, you don't... I don't need to know that other people are streaming right now. I am the main character! I am the main character. Alright, I'm going to take my plate downstairs. And I'm going to refill my drink. And then when you come back, we're going to chat a little more. And then continue our reading of Jurassic Park. Okay? Okay. Please entertain yourselves until I get back. Truly scares you. Just wait until I put out my yandere content. Just wait. Just wait until I start putting out my yandere ASMR. That's what you wanted, right? Yandere ASMR. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello, I'm back. I got more drink. We're gonna chat just a little bit more, and then we will go into the Jurassic Park. Ooh, hold on. She just posted the VOD. Hold on. Excuse me, Hold on. Someone just posted. She just posted the VOD. So I submitted to Alright, there was a VTuber named Hanyachi, and she was going to vibe check designs, but I missed the stream. And she just posted the VOD, so I'm going to look. She rated me as a villain character. Okay, but I wanna look and see on the VOD. What she said about me. Okay, where's your... There. We'll watch it together. Videos. This one. Okay. Here, we're gonna watch this together. Cause I wanna see what she said when she was rating my VTuber. Oh no, not that. Oh, what? There we go. Theater mode. And then do that. There we go. Okay. Turn that off. And then here, properties. This one. Okay. There. And then move myself over here a bit. Okay. Alright, I wanna see. I wanna see what she said. Alright, so first of all, let's see. Let's try to find let's try to find where
go into every kind of computer.
let's try to find where I am.
Thank you so
I think
much.
just a little window, little window defender will not really work.
Wait, so I will download the defender and then you're just gonna go to
Hold on.
Gacha character you get like if you're lucky.
Pookie. There you go.
Pookie.
Okay, I'm trying to find the
Right.
villain character.
Wait, what's her name?
Oh, okay, so she did me already
So
there.
nice? I'm sorry. Tell me if I'm so nice. Imagine I would have a collab with a person.
Hold on.
The voice combined.
Hold on. I went too far. I went too far.
Like what? Having some cool.
God damn.
Welcome to the stream. I like the outfit that they.
Okay. I gotta see. Hold on.
I get that. Ever since she's showed me her design, bro, I fell in love first day. First day I was.
Alright,
there.
my turn.
Sandra, see, this is what I mean, Misuki. We have multiple, what's her name again? Suka models. Oh my god.
Oh.
But I wrote it in the comments already, but I like the color palettes. Suka said blank, yes. I like the outfit that they chose. It would be very, very satisfying if these ribbons would be in the same color as the t-shirt.
Okay, okay. Somebody's picky.
Other than that, I really like the color palettes.
I'm joking.
I
'Cause of
tried
the
to get
horse, I don't know
the
if I want to go for
I tried to get the
for
ribbons to
like
be
villain, cause
the same
she
color, but it was
she could be
hard.
like the character that could seduce you and then be evil. So then you really
Just like
She saw right through me. She saw right through me.
it's funny when you meet one because it's always like, oh, you have that ball too. I got that. I got that. I've been seeing them all so
bro,
much.
don't fall asleep, brother.
I'm EP. I am so EP. Okay. I will
Oh,
go for
God.
villain because of the succubus vibe.
She saw right through me. She saw right through me.
I will just say here sometimes, just for a joke. Eyes up here, dumbass.
Oh. What? It didn't even. Nothing happened. Charlton, you meant Charlton, right?
Oh, yeah, Charlton, damn.
All right. Okay. Okay. I have seen it. I have seen it. We are good. We are good. I should drop her a follow actually. Hold on. Let me I'm going to follow her. There we go. There. She saw right through my scheme. Okay, Izumi, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Izumi. Bye-bye. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do the ASMR now. We're gonna switch over to the dinosaur ASMR. Alright, let me pick let's see, this one has a waterfall in it. Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna go for this one. We're gonna go for this one. Switch over to ASMR. ASMR reading. Jurassic Park. There. Okay. 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 Let me grab my book.
Banana.
Banana. Chris, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Okay, grab my book. Hiyo. I forgot to turn my ads off before I started stream, so I'm hoping that I don't have to restart stream for the ads to be off, because I just changed it. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. But we are reading Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park. because I heard it's super scary and super gruesome compared to the movies. But we are on page 108, which is the start of the tour. Okay. Tim Murphy could see all at once that something was wrong. His grandfather was in the middle of an argument with a younger, red-faced man opposite him, and the other adult standing behind looked embarrassed and uncomfortable. Alexis felt the tension too, because she hung back, tossing her baseball in the air. He had to push her. Go on, Lex. Go on yourself, Timmy. Don't be a worm, he said. Lex glared at him, but Edry just said cheerfully, I'll introduce you to everybody, and then we can take the tour. I have to go, Lex said. I'll just introduce you first, Edry just said. No, I have to go. But Edregis was already making introductions. First to Grandpa, who kissed them both, and then to the man he was arguing with. This man was muscular, and his name was Gennaro. The rest of the introductions were a blur to Tim. There was a blonde woman wearing shorts, and a man with a beard who wore jeans and a Hawaiian shirt. He looked like the outdoors type. Then, a fat college kid who had something to do with computers. And finally, a thin man in black who didn't shake hands, but just nodded his head. Oh, so they wrote Grant to have a beard in the books. Tim was trying to organize his impressions and was looking at the blonde woman's legs when he suddenly realized that he knew who the bearded man was. Your mouth is open, said Lex. Tim said, I know him. Oh, sure, you just met him. No, Tim said. I have his book. The bearded man said, What book is that, Tim? The Lost World of Dinosaurs, Tim said. Alexis snickered. Daddy says Tim has dinosaurs on the brain, she said. Tim hardly heard her. He was thinking of what he knew about Alan Grant. Alan Grant was one of the principal advocates of the theories that dinosaurs were warm-blooded. He had done lots of digging at the place called Egg Hill in Montana, which was famous because so many dinosaur eggs had been found there. Professor Grant had found most of the dinosaur eggs that had ever been discovered. He was also a good illustrator, and he drew the pictures for his own books. Dinosaurs on the brain, the bearded man said. Well, as a matter of fact, I have that same problem. Dad says dinosaurs are really stupid, Lex said. He says Tim should get out in the air and play more sports. Tim felt embarrassed. I thought you had to go, he said. In a minute, Lex said. I thought you were in such a rush. I'm the one who would know, don't you think, Timothy? She said, putting her hands on her hips, copying her mother's most irritating stance. Tell you what, Edry just said. Why don't we all just head on over to the visitor center and we can begin our tour? Everybody started walking. Tim heard Gennaro whisper to his grandfather, I could kill you for this. and then Tim looked up and saw that Dr. Grant had fallen into step beside him. How old are you, Tim? 11. And how long have you been interested in dinosaurs? Grant asked. Tim swallowed. A while now, he said. He felt nervous to be talking to Dr. Grant. We go to museums sometimes, when I can talk my family into it. My father. Your father's not especially interested. Tim nodded and told Grant about his family's last trip to the Museum of Natural History. His father had looked at a skeleton and said, "That's a big one." Tim had said, "No, Dad, that's a medium-sized one." A Camptosaurus. Oh, I don't know. Looks pretty big to me. It's not even full grown, Dad. His father squinted at the skeleton. What is it? Jurassic? Geez, no. Cretaceous. Cretaceous? What's the difference between Cretaceous and Jurassic? Only about 100 million years, Tim said. Cretaceous is older? No, Dad. Jurassic is older. Well, his father said, stepping back. It looks pretty damn big to me. And he turned to Tim for agreement. Tim knew he had better agree with his father. So he just muttered something, and they went on to another exhibit. Tim stood in front of one skeleton, a Tyrannosaurus rex, the mightiest predator the Earth had ever known. For a long time, finally, his father said, "What are you looking at?" "I'm counting the vertebrae," Tim said. "The vertebrae?" "The backbone." "I know what vertebrae are," his father said, annoyed. He stood there a while longer and said, "Why are you counting them?" "I think they're wrong. Tyrannosaurus should only have 37 vertebrae in the tail. This has more." "You mean to tell me," his father said, "that the Museum of Natural History has the skeleton that's wrong? I can't believe that." "It's wrong," Tim said. His father stomped off toward a guard in the corner. "What did you do now?" his mother said to Tim. "I didn't do anything," Tim said. "I just said the dinosaur is wrong, that's all." And then his father came back with a funny look on his face, because of course the guard told him that the Tyrannosaurus had too many vertebrae in the tail. "How'd you know that?" his father asked. "I read it," Tim said. "That's pretty amazing, son," he said, and he put his hand on his shoulder, giving it a squeeze. "You know how many vertebrae belong in that tail. I've never seen anything like it. You really do have dinosaurs on the brain." And then his father said he wanted to catch the last half of the Mets game on TV, and Lex said she did too. So they left the museum, and Tim didn't see any other dinosaurs, which was why they had come there in the first place. But that was how things happened in his family. How things used to happen in his family. Tim corrected himself. Now that his father was getting a divorce from his mother, things would probably be different. His father had already moved out, and even though it was weird at first, Tim liked it. He thought his mother had a boyfriend, but he couldn't be sure. And of course, he would never mention it to Lex. Lex was heartbroken to be separated from her father, and in the last few weeks, she had become so obnoxious that... "Was it 5027? Grant said. "I'm sorry," Tim said. "The Tyrannosaurus at the museum." "Was it 5027? "Yes," Tim said. How'd you know? Grant smiled. They've been talking about fixing it for years, but now it may never happen. Why is that? Because of what is taking place here, Grant said. On your grandfather's island. Tim shook his head. He didn't understand what Grant was talking about. My mom said it was just a resort, you know, with swimming and tennis. Not exactly, Grant said. I'll explain as we walk along. I wonder... In the movies, they made Grant this grumpy old man, kind of. This grumpy middle-aged man who doesn't like children. But in the book, it seems he doesn't mind interacting with them, so it's curious why they made that decision. Maybe a little further in the books, we'll see that he doesn't really like kids. I don't know, but there's been no writing so far to make me believe that he doesn't like children. Now I'm a damned babysitter, Ed Regis thought unhappily, tapping his foot as he waited in the visitor center. That was what the old man had told him. You watch my kids like a hawk. They're your responsibility for the weekend. Ed Regis didn't like it at all. He felt degraded. He wasn't a damn babysitter. And for that matter, he wasn't a damn tour guide, even for VIPs. He was the head of public relations for Jurassic Park, and he had much to prepare between now and the opening, a year away. Just to coordinate with the PR firms in San Francisco and London, and the agencies in New York and Tokyo, was a full-time job, especially since the agencies couldn't yet be told what the resort's real attraction was. The firms were all designing teaser campaigns, nothing specific, and they were unhappy. Creative people needed nurturing. They needed encouragement to do their best work. He couldn't waste his time taking scientists on tour. But that was the trouble with a career in public relations. Nobody saw you as a professional.
Banana.
Kaio, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Regis had been down here on the island, off and on, for the past 7 months. And they were still pushing odd jobs on him, like that episode back in January. Harding should have handled that. Harding or Owens. The general contractor, instead. It had fallen to Ed Regis. What did he know about taking care of some sick workmen? And now he was a damn tour guide and babysitter. He turned back and counted the heads, still one short. Then, in the back, he saw Dr. Sattler emerge from the bathroom. All right, folks, let's begin our tour on the second floor. Tim went with the others, following Mr. Regis up the black suspended staircase to the second floor of the building. They passed a sign that read, "Closed area. Authorized personnel only beyond this point." Tim felt a thrill when he saw that sign. They walked down a second floor hallway. One wall was glass, looking out onto a balcony with palm trees in the light mist. On the other wall were stenciled doors, like offices. Park warden, guest services, general manager. Halfway down the corridor, they came to a glass partition marked with another sign. Biohazard. Caution, biological hazard. This laboratory conforms to USG P4 EK3 genetic protocols. Underneath were more signs. Caution, teratogenic substances Pregnant women avoid exposure to this area. Danger. Radioactive isotopes in use. Carcinogenic potential. Tim grew more excited all the time. Teratogenic substances. Things that made monsters. It gave him a thrill, and he was disappointed to hear Ed Regis say, "Never mind the science. They're just up for legal reasons. I can assure you everything is perfectly safe." He led them through the door. There was a guard on the other side. Ed Regis turned to the group. "You may have noticed that we have a minimum of personnel on the island. We can run this resort with a total of 20 people. Of course, we'll have more when we have guests here, but at the moment there's only 20. Here's our control room. The entire park is controlled from here." They paused before windows and peered into a darkened room that looked like a small version of mission control. There was a vertical glass, see-through map of the park, and facing it, a bank of glowing computer consoles. Some of the screens displayed data, but most of them showed video images from around the park. There were just 2 people inside, standing and talking. The man on the left is our chief engineer, John Arnold. Regis pointed to a thin man in a buttoned-down short-sleeved shirt and tie, smoking a cigarette. And next to him, our park warden, Mr. Robert Muldoon, the famous white hunter from Nairobi. Muldoon was a burly man in khaki, sunglasses dangling from his shirt pocket. He glanced out at the group, gave a brief nod, and turned back to the computer screens. "I'm sure you want to see this room," Ed Regis said. "But first, let's see how he obtained dinosaur DNA." The sign on the door said extractions, and, like all the doors in the laboratory building, it opened with a security card. Ed Regis slipped the card in the slot. The light blinked, and the door opened. Inside, Tim saw a small room bathed in green light. 4 technicians in lab coats were peering into double-barreled stereo microscopes or looking at images on high-resolution video screens. The room was filled with yellow stones. The stones were in glass shelves, in cardboard boxes, in large pull-out trays. Each stone was tagged and numbered in black ink. Regis introduced Henry Wu, a slender man in his 30s. Dr. Wu is our chief geneticist. I'll let him explain what we do here. Henry Wu smiled. "At least I'll try," he said. "Genetics is a bit complicated, but you're probably wondering where our dinosaur DNA comes from." "It crossed my mind," Grant said. "As a matter of fact," Wu said, "there are 2 possible sources. Using the Loy antibody extraction technique, we can sometimes get DNA directly from dinosaur bones, not dragon bones. Dinosaur bones." "What kind of yield?" Grant asked. "Well, most soluble protein is leached out during fossilization, but 20% of the proteins are still recoverable by grinding up the bones and using Loy's procedure. Dr. Loy himself has used it to obtain proteins from extinct Australian marsupials, as well as blood cells from ancient human remains. His technique is so refined, it can work with a mere 50 nanograms of material. That's 50 billionths of a gram." "And you've adapted this technique here?" Grant asked. "Only as a backup," Wu said. "As you can imagine, a 20% yield is insufficient for our work. We need the entire dinosaur DNA strand in order to clone, and we get it here, He held up one of the yellow stones. From amber, the fossilized resin of prehistoric tree sap. Grant looked at Ellie, then at Malcolm. That's really quite clever, Malcolm said, nodding. I still don't understand, Grant admitted. Tree sap, Lou explained, often flows over insects and traps them. The insects are then perfectly preserved within the fossil. One finds all kinds of insects in amber, including biting insects that have sucked blood from larger animals. Sucked the blood, Grant repeated, his mouth fell open. You mean sucked the blood of dinosaurs? Hopefully, yes. And then the insects are preserved in amber. Grant shook his head. I'll be damned. That might just work. I assure you, it does work, Wu said. He moved to one of the microscopes, where a technician positioned a piece of amber containing a fly under the microscope. On the video monitor, they watched as he inserted a long needle through the amber into the thorax of the prehistoric fly. If this insect has any foreign blood cells, we may be able to extract them and obtain paleo-DNA, the DNA of an extinct creature. We won't know for sure, of course, until we extract whatever is in there, replicate it, and test it. That is what we have been doing for 5 years now. It has been a long, slow process, but it has paid off. Actually, dinosaur DNA is somewhat easier to extract by this process than mammalian DNA. The reason is that mammalian red cells have no nuclei, and thus no DNA in their red cells. To clone a mammal, you must find a white cell, which is much rarer than red cells. But dinosaurs have nucleated red cells, as do modern birds. It is one of the many indications we have that dinosaurs aren't really reptiles at all. They are big, leathery birds. Tim saw that Dr. Grant still looked skeptical. And Dennis Nedry, the messy fat man, appeared completely uninterested, as if he knew it all already. Nedry kept looking impatiently toward the next room. I see Mr. Nedry has spotted the next phase of our work, Wu said. How we identify the DNA we have extracted. For that, we use powerful computers. They went through sliding doors into a chilled room. There was a loud humming sound. 2 6-foot-tall round towers stood in the center of the room, and along the walls were rows of waist-high stainless steel boxes. This is our high-tech laundromat, Dr. Wu said. Turn this down just a little bit. I think that's better. The boxes along the walls are all Hamachi Hood automated gene sequencers. They are being run at very high speeds by the Cray XMP supercomputers, which are the towers in the center of the room. In essence, you are standing in the middle of an incredibly powerful genetics factory. There were several monitors, all running so fast, it was hard to see what they were doing. We pushed a button and slowed one image. Here, you see the actual structure of a small fragment of dinosaur DNA. Wu said. Notice the sequence is made up of 4 basic compounds: adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine. The amount of DNA probably contains instructions to make a single protein, say, a hormone or an enzyme. The full DNA molecule contains 3 billion of these bases. If we looked at a screen like this once a second, for 8 hours a day, it'd still take more than 2 years to look at the entire DNA strand. It's that big. He pointed to the image. This is a typical example because you see the DNA has an error. Down there, in line 1201, much of the DNA we extract is fragmented or incomplete. So the first thing we have to do is repair it, or rather, the computer has to. It'll cut the DNA using what are called restriction enzymes. The computer will select a variety of enzymes that might do the job. Here's the same section of DNA with the points of the restriction enzyme located. As you can see in line 1201, 2 enzymes will cut on either side of the damaged point. Ordinarily, we let the computers decide which to use. But we also need to know what base pairs we should insert to repair the injury. For that, we have to align various cut fragments like so. Now we are finding a fragment of DNA that overlaps the injury area and will tell us what is missing. And you can see we can find it and go ahead and make the repair. The dark bars you see are restriction fragments, small sections of dinosaur DNA broken by enzymes and then analyzed. The computer is now recombining them by searching for overlapping sections of code. It's a little bit like putting a puzzle together. The computer can do it very rapidly. And here's the revised DNA strand, repaired by the computer. The operation you've witnessed would have taken months in a conventional lab, but we can do it in seconds. Then are you working with the entire DNA strand? Grant asked. Oh no, Wu said. That's impossible. We've come a long way from the 60s, when it took a whole laboratory 4 years to decode a screen like this. Now the computers can do it in a couple of hours. Fauna, thank you so much for the follow. But even so, the DNA molecule is too big. We look only at the sections of the strand that differ from animal to animal, or from contemporary DNA. Only a few % of the nucleotides differ from one species to the next. That's what we analyze, and it's still a big job. Hiyo, how are you? Dennis Nedry yawned. He'd long ago concluded that InGen must be doing something like this. A couple years earlier, when InGen had hired Nedry to design the part control systems, one of the initial design parameters called for data records with 3x10 to the 9th fields. Nedry just assumed that was a mistake and had called Palo Alto to verify it, but they had told him the spec was correct. 3 billion fields. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Have a good sleep. Nedry had worked on a lot of large systems. He'd made a name for himself setting up worldwide telephone communications for multinational corporations. Often those systems had millions of records. He was used to that, but InGen wanted something so much larger. Puzzled, Nedry had gone to see Barney Fellows over at Symbolics near the MIT campus in Cambridge. What kind of a database has 3 billion records, Barney? A mistake, Barney said, laughing. They put in an extra 0 or 2. It's not a mistake. I checked. It's what they want. But that's crazy, Barney said. It's not workable. Even if you had the fastest processors and blindingly fast algorithms, a search would still take days, maybe weeks. Yeah, Nedry said, I know. Fortunately, I'm not being asked to do algorithms. I'm just being asked to reserve storage and memory for the overall systems. But still, what could the database be for? Barney frowned. You operating under an ND? Yes, Nedry said. Most of his jobs required non-disclosure agreements. Can you tell me anything? It's a bioengineering firm. Bioengineering, Barney said. Well, there's the obvious, which is a DNA molecule. Oh, come on, Nedry said. Nobody could be analyzing a DNA molecule. Biologists were talking about the Human Genome Project to analyze a complete human DNA strand, but that would take 10 years of coordinated effort involving laboratories around the world. It was an enormous undertaking, as big as the Manhattan Project, which made the atomic bomb. This is a private company, Nedry said. With 3 billion records, Barney said. I don't know what else it could be. Maybe they're being optimistic designing their system. Very optimistic, Nedry said. Or maybe they're just analyzing DNA fragments. But they've got RAM-intensive algorithms. That made more sense. Certain database search techniques ate up a lot of memory. You know who did their algorithms? No, Nedry said. This company is very secretive. Well, my guess is they're doing something with DNA. Barney said. What's the system? Multi-XMP. Multi-XMP? You mean more than one Cray? Wow. Barney was frowning now, thinking that one over. Can you tell me anything else? Sorry, Nedry said. I can't. And he had gone back and designed the control systems. It had taken him and his programming team more than a year, and it was especially difficult because the company wouldn't ever tell him what the subsystems were for. The instructions were simply, design a module for record keeping, or design a module for visual display. They gave him design parameters, but no details about use. He had been working in the dark, and now that the system was up and running, he wasn't surprised to learn there were bugs. What did they expect? And they'd ordered him down here in a panic, all hot and bothered about his bugs. It was annoying, Nedry thought. Nedry turned back to the group as Grant asked, and once the computer has analyzed the DNA, how do you know what animal it encodes? We have 2 procedures, Wu said. The first is phylogenetic mapping. DNA evolves over time, like everything else in an organism, hands or feet or any other physical attribute. So we can take an unknown piece of DNA and determine roughly by computer where it fits in the evolutionary sequence. It's time-consuming, but it can be done. And the other way. Wu shrugged. Just grow it and find out what it is, he said. That's what we usually do. I'll show you how that's accomplished. Tim felt a growing impatience as the tour continued. He liked technical things, but even so, he was losing interest. They came to the next door, which was marked fertilization. Dr. Wu unlocked the door with his security card, and they went inside. Tim saw still another room with technicians working at microscopes. In the back was a section entirely lit by blue ultraviolet light. Dr. Wu explained that their DNA work required the interruption of cellular mitosis at precise instants, and therefore they kept some of the most virulent poisons in the world. helotoxins, colchicinoids, beta alkaloids, he said, pointing to a series of syringes set out under the UV light. Kill any living animal within a second or two. Tim would have liked to know more about the poisons, but Dr. Wu droned on about using unfertilized crocodile ova and replacing the DNA. And then Professor Grant asked some complicated questions. To one side of the room were big tanks marked liquid N2. And there were big walk-in freezers with shelves of frozen embryos, each stored in a tiny silver foil wrapper. Lex was bored, Nedry was yawning, and even Dr. Sattler was losing interest. Tim was tired of looking at these complicated laboratories. He wanted to see the dinosaurs. The next room was labeled Hatchery. It's a little warm and damp in here, Dr. Wu said. We keep it at 99 degrees Fahrenheit and a relative humidity of 100%. We also run a higher O2 concentration. It's up to 33%. Jurassic atmosphere, Grant said. Yes, at least we presume so. If any of you feel faint, just tell me. Dr. Wu inserted his security card into the slot, and the outer door hissed open. Just a reminder, don't touch anything in this room. Some of the eggs are permeable to skin oils. And watch your heads. The sensors are always moving. He opened the inner door to the nursery, and they went in. Tim faced a vast open room, bathed in deep infrared light. The eggs lay on long tables, their pale outlines obscured by hissing low mists that covered the tables. The eggs were all moving gently, rocking. Reptile eggs contain large amounts of yolk, but no water at all. The embryos must extract water from the surrounding environment, hence the mist. Dr. Wu explained that each table contained 150 eggs. Each represented a new batch of DNA extractions. The batches were identified by numbers at each table. Steg 458-2 or Trike 394. Waist deep in the mist, the workers in the nursery moved from one egg to the next, plunging their hands into the mist, turning the eggs every hour, and checking the temperatures with thermal sensors. The room was monitored by overhead TV cameras and motion sensors. An overhead thermal sensor moved from one egg to the next, touching each with a flexible wand, beeping, then going on. In this hatchery, we have produced more than a dozen crops of extractions, giving us a total of 238 live animals. Our survival rate is somewhere around 0.4%, and we naturally want to improve that, but the computer analysis we're working with something like 500 variables, 120 environmental, another 200 intra-egg, and the rest from the genetic material itself. Our eggs are plastic. The embryos are mechanically inserted and then hatched here. And how long to grow? Dinosaurs mature rapidly, attaining full size in 2 to 4 years. So we now have a number of adult specimens in the park. What do the numbers mean? Those codes, Wu said, identify the various batch extractions of DNA. The first 4 letters identify the animal being grown. Over there, that trike means Triceratops, and the steg means Stegosaurus, and so on. On this table here, Grant said. The code said XXXX 00011. Beneath was scrawled, presumed Kolu. That's a new batch of DNA, Wu said. We don't know exactly what will grow out. The first time an extraction is done, we don't know for sure what the animal is. You can see it's marked presumed Kolu. So it's likely to be a Colurosaurus, a small herbivore, if I remember. It's hard for me to keep track of the names. There are something like 300 genera of dinosaurs known so far. 347, Tim said. Grant smiled, then said, Is anything hatching now? Not at the moment. The incubation period varies with each animal, but in general it runs about 2 months. We try to stagger hatchings to make less work for the nursery staff. You can imagine how it is when we have 150 animals born within a few days. Though, of course, most don't survive. Actually, these X's are due any day now. Any other questions? No? Then we'll go to the nursery where the newborns are. It was a circular room, all white. There were some incubators of the kind used in hospital nurseries, but they were empty at the moment. Rags and toys were scattered across the floor. A young woman in a white coat was seated on the floor, her back to them. What have you got here today, Kathleen? Dr. Wu asked. Not much, she said. Just a baby raptor. Let's have a look. The woman got to her feet and stepped aside. Tim heard Nedry say, It looks like a lizard. The animal on the floor was about 1.5 feet long, the size of a small monkey. It was dark yellow with brown stripes, like a tiger. It had a lizard's head and long snout, but it stood upright on strong hind legs, balanced by a thick, straight tail. Its smaller front legs waved in the air. It cocked its head to one side and peered at the visitors staring down at it. Velociraptor, Grant said in a low voice. Velociraptor mongoliensis, Wu said, nodding. A predator. This one's only 6 weeks old. I just excavated a raptor, Grant said, as he bent down for a closer look. Immediately, the little lizard sprang up, leaping over Grant's head into Tim's arms. Hey! They can jump, Wu said. The babies can jump. So can the adults, as a matter of fact. Tim caught the velociraptor and held it to him. The little animal didn't weigh very much, 1 pound or 2. The skin was warm and completely dry. The little head was inches from Tim's face. Its dark, beady eyes stared at him. A small, forked tongue flicked in and out. Will he hurt me? No, she's friendly. Are you sure about that? Asked Shidaro, with a look of concern. Oh, quite sure, Wu said, at least until she grows a little older. But in any case, the babies don't have any teeth, even egg teeth. Egg teeth, Nedry said. Most dinosaurs are born with egg teeth, little horns on the tip of the nose, like rhino horns, to help them break out of the eggs. But raptors aren't. They poke a hole in the egg with their pointed snouts, and then the nursery staff has to help them out. You have to help them out, Grant said, shaking his head. What happens in the wild? In the wild? When they breed in the wild, Grant said. When they make a nest. Oh, they can't do that, Wu said. None of our animals are capable of breeding. there's a grammatical error in here. It says none of our animals is capable of breeding. It shouldn't be none of our animals are capable of breeding. That's why we have this nursery. It's the only way to replace stock in Jurassic Park. Why can't the animals breed? Well, as you can imagine, it's important that they cannot be able to breed, we've said. And whenever we faced a critical matter such as this, we designed redundant systems. That is, we always arranged at least 2 controlled procedures. In this case, there are 2 independent reasons why the animals can't breed. First of all, they're sterile, because we irradiate them with X-rays. And the second reason, all the animals in Jurassic Park are female, Wu said with a pleased smile. Malcolm said, I should like some clarification about this, because it seems to me that the irradiation is fraught with uncertainty. The radiation dose may be wrong, or aimed at the wrong anatomical area of the animal. All true, Wu said, but we're quite confident we have destroyed gonadal tissue. And as for them all being female, Malcolm said, is that checked? Does anyone go out and lift up the dinosaur's skirts to have a look? I mean, how does one determine the sex of a dinosaur anyway? Sex organs vary with the species. It's easy to tell on some, subtle on others. But to answer your question, the reason we know all the animals are females is that we literally make them that way. We control their chromosomes, and we control the intra-egg developmental environment. From a bioengineering standpoint, females are easier to breed. You probably know that all vertebrate embryos are inherently female. We all start life as females. It takes some kind of added effect, such as a hormone at the right moment during development, to transform the growing embryo into a male. But, left to its own devices, the embryo will naturally become female. So, our animals are all female. We tend to refer to some of them as male, such as the Tyrannosaurus rex. We all call it a him, but in fact, they're all female. And, believe me, they can't breathe. The little velociraptor sniffed at Tim, then it rubbed her head against Tim's neck. Tim giggled. She wants you to feed her, Wu said. What does she eat? Mice. But she's just eaten, so we won't feed her again for a while. The little raptor leaned back, stared at Tim, and wiggled her forearms again in the air. Tim saw the small claws on the 3 fingers of each hand. Then the raptor burrowed her head against his neck again. Grant came over and peered critically at the creature. He touched the tiny 3-clawed hand. He said to Tim, "Do you mind?" And Tim released the raptor into his hands. Grant flipped the animal onto its back, inspecting it, while the little lizard wiggled and squirmed. Then he lifted the animal high to look at its profile, and it screamed shrilly. She doesn't like that, Regis said. She doesn't like to be held away from body contact. The raptor was still screaming, but Grant paid no attention. Now he was squeezing the tail, feeling the bones. Regis said, "Dr. Grant, if you please. I'm not hurting her." Dr. Grant, these creatures are not of our world. They come from a time where no human beings around to prod and poke them. I'm not prodding, and Dr. Grant, put her down, Edregis said. But now, it's being scolded by Mommy. Regis was starting to get annoyed. Grant handed the animal back to Tim. It stopped squealing. Tim could feel its heartbeat rapidly against his chest. "I'm sorry, Dr. Grant," Regis said, "but these animals are delicate in infancy. We have lost several from a postnatal stress syndrome, which we believe is adrenocortically mediated. Sometimes they die within 5 minutes." Tim petted the little raptor. "It's okay, kid," he said. "Everything's fine now." The heart was still beating rapidly. "We feel it is important that the animals here be treated in the most humane manner," Regis said. "I promise you that you'll have every opportunity to examine them later." But Grant couldn't stay away. He again moved toward the animal in Tim's arms, peering at it. The little velociraptor opened her jaws and hissed at Grant in a posture of sudden intense fury. "Fascinating," Grant said. "Can I stay and play with her?" Tim said. "Not right now," Ed Regis said, glancing at his watch. "It's 3 o'clock, and it's a good time for a tour of the park itself, so you can see all the dinosaurs and the habitats we have designed for them." Tim released the velociraptor, which scampered across the room, grabbed a cloth rag, and put it in her mouth, and tugged at the end with her tiny claws. "That's cute." It's the end of that chapter. Next chapter is called Control. So, big stretch first. Oh, yeah, that was good. Walking back toward the control room, Malcolm said, "I have one more question, Dr. Wu. How many different species have you made so far?" "I'm not exactly sure," Wu said. "I believe the number at the moment is 15. 15 species. Do you know, Ed?" "Yes, it's 15, Ed Regis said, nodding. "You don't know for sure," Malcolm said, affecting astonishment. Wu smiled. "I stopped counting," he said. "After the first dozen, you have to realize that sometimes we think we have an animal correctly made from the standpoint of the DNA, which is our basic work, and the animal grows for 6 months, and then something untoward happens, and we realize there's some error. A releaser gene isn't operating, a hormone not being released, or some other problem in the developmental sequence, so we have to go back to the drawing board with that animal, so to speak." He smiled. "At one time, I thought I had more than 20 species, but now, only 15. "And is one of this 15 species a..." Malcolm turned to Grant. "What was the name?" "Procompsognathus," Grant said. "You have made some Procompsognathus, or whatever they're called," Malcolm asked. "Oh, yes," Wu said immediately. "Compies are very distinctive animals, and we made an unusually large number of that. Why is that?" "Well, we want Jurassic Park to be as real an environment as possible, as authentic as possible, and the Procompsognathids are actual scavengers from the Jurassic period, rather like jackals, so we wanted to have the compies around to clean up." You mean to dispose of carcasses? Yes, if there were any. But with only 230 odd animals in our total population, we don't have many carcasses, Wu said. That wasn't the primary objective. Actually, we wanted the compies for another kind of waste management entirely. Which was? Well, Wu said, we have some very big herbivores on the island. We have specifically tried not to breed the biggest sauropods, but even so, we've got several animals in excess of 30 tons walking around here, and many others in the 5 to 10 ton area. That gives us two problems. One is feeding them, and in fact, we must import food to the island every 2 weeks. There's no way an island this small can support these animals for any time. But the other problem is waste. I don't know if you've ever seen elephant droppings, Wu said, but they are substantial. Each spoor is roughly the size of a soccer ball. Imagine the droppings of a brontosaur, 10 times as large. Now imagine the droppings of a herd of such animals as we keep here, and the largest animals do not digest their food terribly well, so that they excrete a great deal. And in the 60 million years since dinosaurs appeared, apparently the bacteria that specialize in breaking down their feces disappeared too. At least the sauropod feces don't decompose readily. That's a problem, Malcolm said. I assure you it is, Wu said, not smiling. We had a hell of a time trying to solve it. You probably know that in Africa there is a specific insect, the dung beetle, which eats elephant feces. Many other large species have associated creatures that have evolved to eat their excrement. Well, it turns out that compies will eat the feces of large herbivores and redigest it, and the droppings of compies are readily broken down by contemporary bacteria. So, given enough compies, our problem was solved. How many compies did you make? I've forgotten exactly, but I think the target population was 50 animals, and we attained that, or very nearly so, in 3 batches. We did a batch every 6 months until we had the number. 50 animals, Malcolm said. It's a lot to keep track of. The control room is built to do that exactly. They'll show you how it's done. I'm sure, Malcolm said, but if one of these compies were to escape from the island, to get away, they can't get away. I know that, but supposing one did. You mean like the animal that was found on the beach, Wu said, raising his eyebrows. The one that bit the American girl. Yes, for example. I don't know what the explanation for the animal is, Wu said, but I know it can't possibly be one of ours, for 2 reasons. First, the control procedures. Our animals are counted by computer every few minutes. If one were missing, we'd know at once. And the second reason? The mainland is more than 100 miles away. It takes almost a day to get there by boat. And in the outside world, our animals will die within 12 hours, Wu said. How do you know? Because I've made sure that's precisely what will occur, Wu said, finally showing a trace of irritation. Look, we're not fools. We understand these are prehistoric animals. They're part of vanishing ecology. A complex web of life that became extinct millions of years ago. They might have no predators in the contemporary world, no checks on their growth. We don't want them to survive in the wild, so I have made them lysine dependent. I inserted a gene that makes a single faulty enzyme in protein metabolism. As a result, the animals cannot manufacture the amino acid lysine. They must ingest it from the outside. unless they get a rich dietary source of exogenous lysine supplied by us in tablet form. They'll go into a coma within 12 hours and expire. These animals are genetically engineered to be unable to survive in the real world. They can only live here in Jurassic Park. They are not free at all. They are essentially our prisoners. Here's the control room, Ed Regis said. Now that you know how the animals are made, you'll want to see the control room for the park itself before we go out on the... He stopped. Through the thick glass window, the room was dark. The monitors were off, except for 3 that displayed spinning numbers and the image of a large boat. What's going on? Ed Regis said. Oh hell, they're docking. Docking? Every 2 weeks, the supply boat comes in from the mainland. One of the things this island doesn't have is a good harbor, or even a good dock. It's a little hairy to get the ship in. Where the seas are rough, could be a few minutes. He rapped on the window, but the men inside paid no attention. I guess we'll have to wait then. Ellie turned to Dr. Wu. You mentioned before that sometimes you make an animal and it seems to be fine, but as it grows, it shows itself to be flawed. Yes, Wu said. I don't think there's any way around that. We can duplicate the DNA, but there's a lot of timing in development, and we don't know if everything is working unless we actually see an animal develop correctly. Grant said, How do you know if it's developing correctly? No one has ever seen these animals before. Wu smiled. I have often thought about that. I suppose it is a bit of a paradox. Eventually, I hope, paleontologists such as yourself will compare our animals with the fossil record to verify the developmental sequence. Ellie said, But the animal we saw, the velociraptor, you said it was a Mongoliensis? From the location of the amber, Wu said, it is from China. Interesting, Grant said. I was just digging up an infant Anterophis. And are there any full-grown raptors here? Yes, Ed Regis said without hesitation. 8 adult females. The females are the real hunters. They're pack hunters, you know. Will we see them on the tour? No, Wu said, looking suddenly uncomfortable. And there was an awkward pause. Wu looked at Regis. Not for a while, Regis said cheerfully. The velociraptors haven't been integrated into the park setting just yet. We keep them in a holding pen. Can I see them here? Can I see them there? Grant said. Why, yes, of course. In fact, while we're waiting, he glanced at his watch. You might want to go around and have a look at them. I certainly would, Grant said. Absolutely, Ellie said. I want to go too, Tim said eagerly. Just go around the back of this building, past the support facility, and you'll see the pen. But don't get too close to the pen, to the fence. Do you want to go too? Regis said to the girl. No, Lex said. She looked appraisingly at Regis. You want to play little pickle? Throw a few. Well, sure, Ed Regis said. Why don't you and I go downstairs and we'll do that while we wait for the control room to open up. Grant walked with Ellie and Malcolm around the back of the main building, with the kid tagging along. Grant liked kids. It was impossible not to like any group so open-mindedly enthusiastic about dinosaurs. See? He likes them in the book. Why did they make him not like them in the movie? I don't understand why that change was needed. Grant used to watch kids in museums as they stared open-mouthed at the big skeletons rising above them. He wondered what their fascination really represented. He finally decided that children liked dinosaurs because these giant creatures personified the uncontrollable force of looming authority. They were symbolic parents, fascinating and frightening, like parents, and kids loved them as they loved their parents. Grant also suspected that this was why even young children learned the names of dinosaurs. It never failed to amaze him when a 3-year-old shrieked, "Stegosaurus!" Saying these complicated names was a way of exerting power over the giants, a way of being in control. "What do you know about Velociraptor?" Grant asked him. He was just making conversation. "It's a small carnivore that hunted in packs, like Deinonychus," Tim said. "That's right," Grant said, "although Deinonychus is now considered one of the velociraptors, and the evidence for pack hunting is all circumstantial. It derives in part from the appearance of the animals, which are quick and strong, but small for dinosaurs, just 150 to 300 pounds each. We assumed they hunted in groups if they were to bring down larger prey. And there are some fossils finds in which a single large prey animal is associated with several raptor skeletons, suggesting they hunted in packs. And of course, raptors were large-brained, more intelligent than most dinosaurs." "How intelligent is that?" Malcolm asked. "Depends on who you talk to," Grant said. "Just as paleontologists have come around to the idea that dinosaurs were probably warm-blooded, a lot of us are starting to think some of them might have been quite intelligent too, but nobody knows for sure." Ah, my butt. Oh, okay. My booty. They left the visitor area behind, and soon they heard the loud hum of generators, smelled the faint odor of gasoline. They passed a grove of palm trees and saw a large, low concrete shed with a steel roof. The noise seemed to come from there. They looked in the shed. "It must be a generator," Ellie said. "It's big," Grant said, peering inside. The power plant actually extended 2 stories below ground level, a vast complex of whining turbines and piping that ran down in the earth, lit by harsh electric bulbs. "They can't need all this for just a resort," Malcolm said. "They're generating enough power here for a small city. Maybe for the computers. Maybe." Grant heard bleeding and walked north a few yards. He came to an animal enclosure with goats. By a quick count, he estimated there were 50 or 60 goats. "What's that for?" Ellie asked. "Beats me." "Probably they feed them to the dinosaurs," Malcolm said. The group walked on, following a dirt path through a dense bamboo grove. At the far side, they came to a double-layer chain-linked fence, 12 feet high, with spirals of barbed wire at the top. There was an electric hum along the outer fence. Beyond the fences, Grant saw dense clusters of large ferns, 5 feet high. He heard a snorting sound, a kind of snuffling. Then the sound of crunching footsteps coming closer. Then a long silence. "I don't see anything," Tim whispered finally. "Shh." Grant waited. Several seconds passed. Flies buzzed in the air. He still saw nothing. Ellie tapped him on the shoulder and pointed. Amid the ferns, Grant saw the head of an animal. It was motionless, partially hidden in the bronze, and two large, dark eyes watching them coldly. The head was 2 feet long. From a pointed snout, a long row of teeth ran back to the whole of the auditory meatus, which served as the ear. The head reminded him of a large lizard, or perhaps a crocodile. The eyes did not blink, and the animal did not move. Its skin was leathery, with a pebbled texture, and basically the same coloration as the infant's, yellow-brown, with darker reddish markings, like the stripes of a tiger. As Grant watched, a single forelimb reached up very slowly to part the ferns beside the animal's face. The limb, Grant saw, was strongly muscled. The hand, the 3 gaping fingers, each ending in curved claws. The hand gently, slowly pushing aside the ferns. Grant felt a chill and thought, he's hunting us. For a mammal like man, there was something indescribably alien about the way reptiles hunted their prey. No wonder men hated reptiles. The stillness, the coldness, the pace was all wrong. To be among alligators or other large reptiles was to be reminded of a different kind of life, a different kind of world, now vanished from the earth. Of course, this animal didn't realize that he had been spotted, the attack came suddenly. From left and right, charging raptors covered 10 yards to the fence with shocking speed. Grant had a blurred impression of powerful 6-foot-tall bodies, stiff balancing tails, limbs with curving claws, open jaws with rows of jagged teeth. The animals snarled as they came forward, and then leapt bodily into the air, racing their hind legs with their big dagger claws. Then, they struck the fence in front of them, throwing off twin bursts of hot sparks. The velociraptors fell backward to the ground, hissing. The visitors all moved forward, fascinated. Only then did the third animal attack, leaping up to strike the fence at chest level. Tim screamed in fright as the sparks exploded all around him. The creature snarled, a low reptilian hissing sound, and leapt back among the ferns. Then they were gone, leaving behind a faint odor of decay and hanging acrid smoke. Holy shit, Tim said. Tim, you're 11, shut the fuck up. You're not allowed to swear. It was so fast, Ellie said. Pack hunters, Grant said, shaking his head. Pack hunters for whom ambush is an instinct. Fascinating. I wouldn't call them tremendously intelligent, Malcolm said. On the other side of the fence, they heard snorting in the palm trees. Several heads poked slowly out of the foliage. Grant counted 3, 4, 5. The animals watched them, staring coldly. A black man in coveralls came running up to them. Are you all right? We're okay, Grant said. The alarms were set off. The man looked at the fence, dented and charred. They attacked you. 3 of them did, yes. The black man nodded. They do that all the time. Hit the fence. Take a shot. They never seem to mind. Not too smart, are they? Malcolm said. The black man paused. He squinted at Malcolm in the afternoon light. Be glad for that fence, senor, he said, and turned away. From the beginning to the end, the entire attack could not have taken more than 6 seconds. Grant was still trying to organize his impressions. The speed was astonishing. The animals were so fast he hardly seen them move. Walking back, Malcolm said, "They are remarkably fast." "Yes," Grant said. I can hear fireworks going off now. "Yes," Grant said. "Much faster than any living reptile. A bull alligator can move quickly, but only over a short distance, 5 or 6 feet. Big lizards, like the 5-foot Komodo dragons of Indonesia, have been plucked at 30 miles an hour, fast enough to run down a man. And they kill men all the time. But I'd guess the animal behind the fence was more than twice that fast." "Cheetah speed," Malcolm said. 60, 70 miles an hour? "Exactly. But they seem to dart forward," Malcolm said. "Rather like birds." "Yes. In the contemporary world, only very small mammals, like the cobra-fighting mongoose, had such quick responses. Small mammals, and of course birds. The snake-hunting secretary bird of Africa, or the cassowary. In fact, the velociraptor conveyed precisely the same impression of deadly, swift menace Grant had seen in the cassowary, a odd ostrich-like bird of New Guinea. I think someone's popping off, like, their own little fireworks in the neighborhood, because that one sounded really close. Really close. Firecrackers, maybe. But that was really loud. So these velociraptors look like reptiles, with the skin and general appearance of reptiles. But they move like birds, with the speed and predatory intelligence of birds. Is that about it? Malcolm said. "Yes," Grant said. "I'd say they display a mixture of traits. Does that surprise you?" "Not really," Grant said. "It's actually rather close to what paleontologists believed a long time ago. When the first giant bones were found in the 1820s and 1830s, scientists felt obliged to explain the bones as belonging to some oversized variant of a modern species. This was because it was believed that no species could ever become extinct, since God would not allow one of his creations to die. Eventually, it became clear that this conception of God was mistaken, and the bones belonged to extinct animals. But what kind of animals? In 1842, Richard Owen, the leading British anatomist of the day, called them Dinosauria, meaning terrible lizards. Owen recognized that dinosaurs seemed to combine traits of lizards, crocodiles, and birds. In particular, dinosaur hips were bird-like, not lizard-like, and, unlike lizards, many dinosaurs seemed to stand upright. Owen imagined dinosaurs to be quick-moving, active creatures, and his view was accepted for the next 40 years. But when truly gigantic finds were unearthed, animals that had weighed hundreds of tons in life, scientists began to envision dinosaurs as stupid, slow-moving giants destined for extinction. image of the sluggish reptile gradually predominated over the image of the quick-moving bird. In recent years, scientists like Grant had begun to swing back towards the idea of more active dinosaurs. Grant's colleagues saw him as radical in his conception of dinosaur behavior, but now he had to admit his own conception had fallen far short of the reality of these large, incredibly swift hunters. Actually, what I was driving at, Malcolm said, was this. Is it a persuasive animal to you? Is it in fact a dinosaur? I'd say so, yes. And the coordinated attack behavior? To be expected, Grant said. According to the fossil record, packs of velociraptors were capable of bringing down animals that weighed 1,000 pounds, like Tenentosaurus, which could run as fast as a horse. Coordination would be required. How do they do that without language? Oh, language isn't necessary for coordinated hunting, Ellie said. Chimpanzees do it all the time. A group of chimps will stalk a monkey and kill it. All communication is by eyes. And were the dinosaurs in fact attacking us? Yes. They would kill us and eat us if they could, Malcolm said. I think so. The reason I ask, Malcolm said, is that I'm told large predators such as lions and tigers are not born man-eaters. Isn't that true? These animals must learn somewhere along the way that human beings are easy to kill. Only afterward do they become man-killers. Yes, I believe that's true, Grant said. Well, these dinosaurs must be even more reluctant than lions and tigers. After all, they come from a time before human beings, or even large mammals existed at all. God knows what they think when they see us. So I wonder, have they learned somewhere along the line that humans are easy to kill? The group fell silent as they walked. In any case, Malcolm said, I shall be extremely interested to see the control room now. Artemis! Are you okay? My cat is afraid of the fireworks. Let me check on her real quick. That was the end of that chapter. Let me figure out something with my cat. Because the fireworks are kind of freaking her out right now. Artemis! Artemis! I don't know where she ran off to. She's hiding somewhere. If she comes back in here, I'll close the door. But yeah, she's not liking the fireworks. She's not even a year old yet, so these are her first fireworks. Oh, there you are. Me. I don't know. I might have to... She's really scared. Should I end this stream and just... She's like really antsy. Should I end the stream and just like take care of my cat? She really doesn't like these fireworks. And it's not just fireworks, it's like people lighting up like firecrackers in the neighborhood. So there's like really loud pops going off every now and then. Yes, I know, baby. Come here. Come here. I got you. I got you, baby. I got you. Oh, no, it's okay. No, you're okay. I got you. Hold. Eh. No, not on my computer. No, no, no. Not on the keyboard. I got you. I got you. It's okay, I got you. It's okay. Hold on. You're okay. Shaking a little bit. You're okay. It's okay. I got you. Just sit here. And just sit here. Oh, oh. I haven't heard any really loud ones go off in a while. We might be okay now. I think she's gonna just sit near me. They should be ending soon. Just waiting for them to go into the, the grand finale of the fireworks. Ooh, I can hear the whistles of them now. Wait, can I see them out the window? Let me see. No, I can't see them from here. Sucks. Alright, let me see. How long is the next chapter? Let's see, we've got a couple pages long. I'll go ahead and read this one. Was there any problem? Was there any problem with the group? Hammond asked. No, Henry Wu said. There was no problem at all. They accepted your explanation. Why shouldn't they? Wu said. It's all quite straightforward in the broad strokes. It's only the details that get sticky. And I wanted to talk about the details with you today. You can think of it as a matter of aesthetics. John Hammond wrinkled his nose, as if he smelled something disagreeable. Aesthetics, he repeated. They were standing in the living room of Hammond's elegant bungalow, set back among palm trees in the northern sector of the park. The living room was airy and comfortable, fitted with a half-dozen video monitors showing the animals in the park. The file Wu had brought, stamped Animal Development version 4.4, lay on the coffee table. Hammond was looking at him in the patient, paternal way. Wu, 33 years old, was acutely aware that he had worked for Hammond all his professional life. Hammond had hired him right out of graduate school. Of course, there are practical consequences as well, Wu said. I really think you should consider my recommendations for Phase 2. We should go to version 4.4. You want to replace all the current stock of animals, Hammond said. Yes, I do. Why? What's wrong with them? Nothing, Wu said, except that they're real dinosaurs. That's what I asked for, Henry, Hammond said, smiling. And that's what you gave me. I know, Wu said, but you see... He paused. How could he explain this to Hammond? Hammond hardly ever visited the island, and it was a peculiar situation that Wu was trying to convey. Right now, as we stand here, almost no one in the world has ever seen an actual dinosaur. Nobody knows what they're really like. Yes, the dinosaurs we have now are real. Stucky D, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. The dinosaurs we have now are real, Wu said, pointing to the screens around the room. But in certain ways they are unsatisfactory, unconvincing. I could make them better. Better in what way? For one thing, they move too fast, Henry Wu said. People aren't accustomed to seeing large animals that are so quick. I'm afraid visitors will think the dinosaurs look speeded up, like film running too fast. Domesticated dinosaurs, Hammond snorted. Nobody wants domesticated dinosaurs, Henry. They want the real thing. But that's my point, Wu said. I don't think they do. They want to see their expectation, which is quite different. Hammond was frowning. You said yourself, John, that this park is entertainment, Wu said. And entertainment has nothing to do with reality. Entertainment is antithetical to reality. Hammond sighed. Now, Henry, are we going to have another one of those abstract discussions? You know I like to keep it simple. The dinosaurs we have now are real and, well, not exactly, Wu said. He paced the living room, pointed to the monitors. I don't think we should kid ourselves. We haven't recreated the past here. The past is gone. It can never be recreated. What we've done is reconstruct the past, or at least a version of the past. And I'm saying we can make a better version. Better than real. Why not? Wu said. After all, these animals are already modified. We've inserted genes to make them patentable and to make them lysine dependent. And we've done everything we can to promote growth and accelerate development into adulthood. Hammond shrugged. It was inevitable. We didn't want to wait. We have investors to consider. Of course, but I'm just saying, why stop there? Why not push ahead to make exactly the kind of dinosaur that we'd like to see? One that is more acceptable to visitors, and one that is easier for us to handle. A slower, more docile version for our park. Hammond frowned. But then the dinosaurs wouldn't be real. But they're not real now, Wu said. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There isn't any reality here. He stroked helplessly. He could see he wasn't getting through. Hammond had never been interested in technical details, and the essence of the argument was technical. How could he explain to Hammond about the reality of DNA dropouts? The patches, the gaps in the sequence that Wu had been obliged to fill in, making the best guesses he could, but still, making guesses. The DNA of the dinosaurs was like old photographs that had been retouched, basically the same as the original, but in some places repaired and clarified, and as a result. Now, Henry, Hammond said, putting his arm around Wu's shoulder, if you don't mind me saying so, I think you're getting cold feet. You've been working very hard for a long time, and you've done a hell of a job. A hell of a job. And it's finally time to reveal to some people what you've done. It's natural to be a little nervous, to have some doubts. But I am convinced, Henry, that the world will be entirely satisfied. Entirely satisfied. As he spoke, Hammond steered him towards the door. But John, Wu said, remember back in '87 when we started to build the containment devices? We didn't have any full-grown adults yet, so we had to predict what we need. We ordered a big taser shockers, cars with cattle prods mounted on them, guns that blow out electric nets, all built specially to our specifications. We've got a whole array of devices now, and they're all too slow. We've got to make some adjustments. You know that Muldoon wants military equipment, law missiles, and laser-guided devices. Let's leave Muldoon out of this, Hammond said. I'm not worried. It's just a zoo, Henry. The phone rang, and Hammond went to answer it. Wu tried to think of another way to express his case, but the fact was that, after 5 long years, Jurassic Park was nearing completion, and John Hammond just wasn't listening to him anymore. There had been a time when Hammond listened to Wu very attentively, especially when he had first recruited him, back in the days when Henry Wu was a 28-year-old graduate student getting his doctorate at Stanford in Norman Atherton's lab. Atherton's death had thrown the lab into confusion as well as mourning. No one knew what would happen to the funding or the doctoral programs. There was a lot of uncertainty. People worried about their careers. 2 weeks after the funeral, John Hammond came to see Wu. Everyone in the lab knew that Atherton had some association with Hammond, although the details were never clear. But Hammond had approached Wu with a directness Wu never forgot. Norman always said, "You're the best geneticist in his lab," he said. "What are your plans now?" "I don't know." "Research?" "You want a university appointment?" "Yes." "That's a mistake," Hammond said briskly. "At least if you respect your talent." Wu had blinked. "Why?" Lofi! Lofi, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Hiyo! Hiyo! How was your stream? Oh shit, I almost knocked my chair back. What the fuck? I'm reading Jurassic Park right now. I bring people to be blessed by Jurassic Park, Well, you're just in time, 'cause we're getting into the tour. We're getting into the tour of the park soon. We were drawing Hatsune Miku. Wow. Like regular Hatsune Miku, or like any other variation of Hatsune Miku. I am particularly a fan of Brazilian Miku. You know what, actually, one day, I aspire, I would love for someone to draw Brazilian Sinful. I would love someone to draw Brazilian Sinful one day. Brazilify the world, please. I need every VTuber to be drawn as Brazilian versions of themselves. Please and thank you. You thought about doing that too? Brazilian VTubers. Yeah, I had to take a short break before starting this chapter because it's Murica Day, so the fireworks are popping off right now. And my cat, bless her soul, she started freaking out because she's not even a year old yet, so this is her very first Independence Day. She's calmed down a little bit, but she's still a bit antsy, hearing all of the fireworks popping off, especially because there are some firecrackers going off in the neighborhood. And the fireworks are, they're not super close, but they're like a few miles away, the park that they're popping them off at. Yeah, there's nothing for her to hide under in here. I tried to like put her in the closet, but she's just like walking around all over the place. I debated on if I should end my stream early, but since she seems to have calmed down a bit, I think we're good to continue. At least for a little bit. It's okay. I didn't even realize that they were going off until I noticed her getting antsy and walking around and walking out of the bedroom. She's laying in her bed now, so I think she'll be okay. Where did I leave off? Yes. Because, let's face facts, Hammond said. Universities are no longer in the intellectual centers of the country. The very idea is preposterous. Universities are the backwater. Don't look so surprised. I'm not saying anything you don't know. Since World War II, all the really important discoveries have come out of private laboratories. The laser, the transistor, the polio vaccine, the microchip, the hologram, the personal computer, magnetic resonance imaging, CAT scans, the list goes on and on. Universities simply aren't where it's happening anymore, and they haven't been for 40 years. If you want to do something important in computers or genetics, you don't go to a university. Dear me, no. Wu found he was speechless. Good heavens, Hammond said. What must you go through to start a new project? How many grant applications? How many forms? How many approvals? The steering committee? The department chairman? The university resources committee? How do you get more workspace if you need it? More assistants if you need them? How long does all that take? A brilliant man can't squander precious time with forms and committees. Life is too short, and DNA too long. You want to make your mark. If you want to get something done, stay out of universities. In those days, Wu desperately wanted to make his mark. John Hammond had his full attention. I'm talking about work, Hammond continued. Real accomplishment. What does a scientist need to work? He needs time, and he needs money. I'm talking about giving you a 5-year commitment and $10 million a year in funding. $50 million, and no one tells you how to spend it. You decide. Everyone else just gets out of your way. It sounded too good to be true. Wu was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "In return for what?" "For taking a crack at the impossible," Hammond said. "For trying something that probably can't be done." "What does it involve?" "I can't give you details, but the general idea involves cloning reptiles." "I don't think that's impossible," Wu said. "Reptiles are easier than mammals. Cloning is probably only 10, 15 years off, assuming some fundamentals advances." "I've got 5 years," Hammond said, "and a lot of money for somebody who wants to take a crack at it now." "Is my work publishable?" "Eventually." "Not immediately?" "No. But eventually publishable," Wu asked, sticking on this point. Hammond had laughed. "Don't worry. If you succeed, the whole world will know about what you've done. I promise you." And now it seemed the whole world would indeed know, Wu thought. After 5 years of extraordinary effort, they were just a year away from opening the park to the public. Of course, those years hadn't gone exactly as Hammond had promised. Wu had some people telling him what to do, and many times fearsome pressures were placed on him, and the work itself had shifted. It wasn't even reptilian cloning, once they began to understand that dinosaurs were similar to birds. It was avian cloning, a very different proposition, much more difficult. And for the last 2 years, Wu had been primarily an administrator, supervising teams of researchers and banks of computer-operated gene sequencers. Administration wasn't the kind of work he relished. It wasn't what he had bargained for. Still, he had succeeded. He had done what nobody really believed could be done, at least in so short a time. And Henry Wu thought that he should have some rights, some say in what happened, by virtue of his expertise and his efforts. Instead, he found his influence waning with each passing day. The dinosaurs existed. The procedures for obtaining them were worked out to the point of being routine. The technologies were mature, and John Hammond didn't need Henry Wu anymore. "That should be fine," Hammond said, speaking into the phone. He listened for a while and smiled at Wu. "Fine, yes, fine. Where were we, Henry?" "We were talking about Phase 2, Wu said. "Oh yes, we've gone over some of this before, Henry." "I know, but you don't realize." "Excuse me, Henry," Hammond said, with an edge of impatience in his voice. "I do realize, and I must tell you frankly, Henry, I see no reason to improve upon reality. Every change we've made in the genome has been forced on us by law or necessity. We need to make other changes in the future to resist disease or for other reasons, but I don't think we should improve upon reality just because we think it's better that way. And we have real dinosaurs out there now. That's what people want to see. And that's what they should see. That's our obligation, Henry. That's honest, Henry. And, smiling, Hammond opened the door for him to leave. Grant looked at all the computer monitors in the darkened control room, feeling irritable. Grant didn't like computers. He knew that this made him old-fashioned, dated as a researcher, but he didn't care. Some of the kids who worked for him had a real feeling for computers, an intuition. Grant never felt that. He found computers to be alien, mystifying machines. Even the fundamental distinctions between an operating system and an application left him confused and disheartened. Literally lost in a foreign geography he didn't begin to comprehend. But he noticed that Gennaro was perfectly comfortable, and Malcolm seemed to be in his element, making little sniffing sounds, like a bloodhound on a trail. "You want to know about control mechanisms," Jean Arnold said, turning in his chair in the control room. The head engineer was a thin, tense, chain-smoking man of 45. He squinted at the others in the room. "We have unbelievable control mechanisms," Arnold said, and lit another cigarette. "For example," Gennaro said. "For example, animal tracking." Arnold pressed a button on his console, and the vertical glass map lit up with patterns of jagged blue lines. "That's our juvenile T-Rex. The little Rex." Hello, Honey Fi, thank you so much for the raid. Hello. How was your stream? I hope everything went well. If you need to raid and run, I understand. Take care of yourself. Have a good evening or whatever time zone you're in. Thank you for sacrificing your viewers to me. Thank you, thank you. Love your textures on you. Oh, thank you. They're kind of like fish scales. So let me introduce myself. I am Syndra, the Bakunawa VTuber, the moon-devouring sea dragon. In Filipino folklore, once upon a time, the earth had 7 moons, and I ate 6 of them. Why did I eat 6 of them? Because the moon is made of sugar. They taste like candy to me. So, thank you very much. To explain what a Bakunawa is, it's kind of like a sea dragon. So my scales, as you can see, let me actually zoom in a little bit without, not on my boobs, okay, not there. If you see they're more like fish scales since I'm an aquatic dragon. Yes, thank you so much for sacrificing your viewership to me today. And also thank you for the follow. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. She's hungry. Yes, I am a hungry girl. Yes, we are reading the Jurassic Park novel by Michael Crichton, and every time I find a discrepancy between the novel and the movie, I point it out. Like how in the book, Grant likes children. So why did they feel the need to change that for the movie? Why? I don't know. It seems like an unnecessary change. Also, did you know that in the novel, Grant has a beard? He has a beard. That's my kind of hyperfixation. Yes, pointing out differences between novels and books. Yes. Optimus, hello. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Hello. How are you guys doing? Are you guys US? Are you guys US also? If you are, happy Murica Day. Caw. I do like seeing the differences between novels and its adaptations, yes. Now, as a fan of the Jurassic Park movies, this is my first time reading the novels. I got them for my birthday last month. So I'm reading the first one right now. Started reading it a couple of streams ago, so we are about 146 pages in now. 146 pages in. 147. Yes, and you hate fireworks, so headphones up. Oh, yeah. No, I couldn't even... Alright, so the fireworks started like an hour ago. A little more than an hour ago. And I had no idea because I had my headphones on. The only reason that I realized that the fireworks started is because my cat was freaking out. But she's calmed down now, so I think she's gotten a little bit used to it. She is, I want to say, like 8-9 months old. So this is her very first experience with fireworks. EU time zone. Oh, I do have quite a few EU people who watch me, as well as a few from Oceania. So welcome in. Yeah, I have some crackhead Australians who watch me. A couple from the UK, and then I got some Germans. Yeah, some Germans. Got all of the Australians. Oh yeah, we love our Aussies. All right, let's continue. Let's continue with our reading. All right, where was I? Okay. That's our juvenile T-Rex, the little Rex. All his movements within the park over the last 24 hours. Arnold pressed the button again. Previous 24. And again, previous 24. The lines on the map became densely overlaid. A child's scribble. But the scribble was localized in a single area near the southeast side of the lagoon. You get a sense of his home range over time, Arnold said. He's young, so he stays close to the water, and he stays away from the big adult Rex. Also, they had more than one Rex. You put up the big Rex and the little Rex, and you'll see their paths never cross. I attract the Scottish here, so I haven't eaten yet. So I'm gonna run. Have a great stream. Okay, thank you so much for dropping in. Thank you again for the raid. Have a good meal. Have a good rest of your evening.
Banana.
Optimus, thank you for the follow. Collecting time zones is a hobby. I too like to. So I'm not exactly collecting time zones, but every time I come across a Filipino VTuber, I follow them. I have been collecting Filipinos because I myself am also a Filipino. So of course I need to collect the other Filipinos. All the Pipinos will be mine. Where's the big graphics now? Gennaro asked. Arnold pushed another button. The map cleared, and a single glowing spot with a code number appeared in the fields northwest of the lagoon. He's right there. And the little Rex. Hell, I'll show you every animal in the park, Arnold said. And the map began to light up like a Christmas tree. Dozens of spots of light, each tagged with a code number. That's 238 animals as of this minute. Collecting them like infinity gems. Yes, they are the Filipino infinity stones. The Pepino stones. How accurate. Within 5 feet, Arnold puffed on the cigarette. Let's put it this way. You drive out in a vehicle and you will find the animals right there, exactly as they're shown on the map. How often is this updated? Every 30 seconds. Pretty impressive, Gennaro said. How's it done? We have motion sensors all around the park, Arnold said. Most of them hardwired, some radio telemetered. Of course, motion sensors won't usually tell you the species, but we get image recognition direct off the video. Even when we're not watching the video monitors, the computer is, and checking where everybody is. Does the computer ever make a mistake? Only with the babies. It mixes those up sometimes, because they're such small images. But we don't sweat that. The babies almost always stay close to herds of adults. Also, you have the category tally. What's that? Once every 15 minutes, the computer tallies the animals in all categories, Arnold said, like this. And then there's a list of dinosaur species, expected, found, versions. Let's see, they said they have 15 species, so let's see, they have Tyrannosaurus, Myosaurus, Stegosaurus, Triceratops, Perconsignathus, Othnielia. I've never heard of that one. I'm gonna look that one up. Velociraptors, Apatosaurus, Hadrosaurs, Dilophosaurus, Pterosaurs, Hypsilophodontids, Euplocephalids, Styrosaurs, and Microceratops. Microceratops sounds adorable. Like tiny Triceratops. I know. Loud. Loud explosive noises. Hold on. Alright, I'm gonna forget if I don't do this now, so I'm gonna look up Othnialia. Oh, that's cute. They look similar to Percompsognathus. How big are they though? Let me see. Small. Othnielia is a genus of small herbivorous dinosaurs that lived during the late Jurassic period, known for its complicated taxonomic history, and is now considered a dubious genus, with its fossil material largely reassigned to Othniellosaurus consors. Originally named Nanosaurus rex by Othniel Charles Marsh, it was later renamed in his honor by Peter Galton. However, further analysis revealed the original femur was not diagnostic, leading to the creation of Othniellosaurus for the other remains. What is the size of the Othniellosaurus? Othnielia is 2 meters, so about 6.5 feet or less in length, and 10 kilograms or 22 pounds or less in weight. Bipedal dinosaur. Now what about the, how big is the Microceratops? Microceratops. Or Microceratus. Meaning small-horned is a genus of small ceratopsian dinosaur that lived in the Cretaceous period in Mongolia, walked on two legs. What was the size of the Microceratus? I don't see anything coming up. Okay, there we go. Dino pit. Only 2 to 3 feet long and 1.5 feet tall. Really? That certainly is a Microceratops. Lives up to its name. What you see here, Arnold said, is an entirely separate counting procedure. It isn't based on the tracking data, it's a fresh look. The whole idea is that the computer can't make a mistake, because it compares 2 different ways of gathering the data. If an animal were missing, we'd know it within 5 minutes. I see, Malcolm said. And has that ever actually been tested? Well, in a way. Arnold said, we've had a few animals die. An Othnielian got caught in the branches of a tree and strangled. One of the stegos died of that intestinal illness that keeps bothering them. One of the Hypsilophodonts fell and broke its neck, and in each case, once the animal stopped moving, the numbers stopped tallying and the computer signaled an alert. Within 5 minutes. Yes. Grant said, what is the right-hand column? Release version of the animal. The most recent are version 4.1 or 4.3. We're considering going to version 4.4. Version numbers? You mean like software? New releases? Well, yes, Arnold said. It is like software in a way. As we discover the glitches in the DNA, Dr. Wu's labs have to make a new version. The idea of living creatures being numbered like software, being subject to updates and revisions, troubled Grant. He could not exactly say why. It was too new a thought, but he was instinctively uneasy about it. They were, after all, living creatures. Arnold must have noticed his expression, because he said, Look, Dr. Grant, there's no point in getting starry-eyed about these animals. It's important for everyone to remember that these animals are created by man. Sometimes there are bugs, so as we discover the bugs, Dr. Wu's labs have to make a new version, and we need to keep track of what version we have out there. Yes, of course you do, Malcolm said impatiently. But going back to the matter of counting, I take it all the counts are based on motion sensors. Yes, and these sensors are everywhere in the park. They cover 92% of the land area, Arnold said. There are only a few places we can't use them. For example, we can't use them on the Jungle River because the movement of the water and the convection rising from the surface screws up the sensors. But we have them nearly everywhere else. And if the computer tracks an animal into an unsensed zone, it'll remember and look for the animal to come out again. And if it doesn't, it gives us an alarm. Now then, Malcolm said, you show 49 procompsognathus. Suppose I suspect that some of them aren't really the correct species. How would you know? How would you show me that I'm wrong? 2 ways, Arnold said. First of all, I can track individual movements against the other presumed compies. Compies are social animals. They move in a group. We have 2 compy groups in the park, so the individuals should be within either Group A or Group B. Yes, but the other way is direct visual, he said. He punched buttons, and one of the monitors began to flick rapidly through images of compies numbered 1 to 49. These pictures are current ID images from within the last 5 minutes, so you can see all the animals if you want to. Yes, I can visually review all the animals whenever I want. How about physical containment? Gennaro said. Can they get out of their enclosures? Absolutely not, Arnold said. These are expensive animals, Mr. Gennaro. We take very good care of them. We maintain multiple barriers. First, the moats. He pressed the button, and the board lit up with a network of orange bars. These moats are never less than 12 feet deep. In water filled for bigger animals, the moats may be 30 feet deep. Next, the electrified fences. Lines of bright red glowed on the board. We have 50 miles of 12-foot high fencing, including 22 miles around the perimeter of the island. All the park fences carry 10,000 volts. The animals quickly learn not to go near them. But if one did get out, Gennaro said. Arnold snorted and stubbed out his cigarette. Just hypothetically, Gennaro said. Supposing it happened. Muldoon cleared his throat. We'd go out and get the animal back, he said. We have lots of ways to do that. Taser shotguns, electrified nets, tranquilizers. All non-lethal because, as Mr. Arnold said, these are expensive animals. Gennaro nodded. And if one got off the island? It'd die in less than 24 hours, Arnold said. These are genetically engineered animals. They're unable to survive in the real world. How about this control system itself? Gennaro said. Can anybody tamper with it? Arnold was shaking his head. The system is hardened. The computer is independent in every way. Independent power and independent backup power. The system does not communicate with the outside, so it cannot be influenced remotely by a modem. The computer system is secure. There was a pause. Arnold puffed his cigarette. Hell of a system, he said. Hell of a goddamn system. Then I guess, Malcolm said, your system works so well, you don't have any problems. We've got problems here, Arnold said, raising an eyebrow, but none of the things you worry about. I gather you're worried that the animals will escape and will get to the mainland and raise hell. We haven't gotten any concern about that at all. We see these animals as fragile and delicate. They've been brought back after 65 million years to a world that's very different from the one they left, and the one they were adapted to. We have a hell of a time caring for them. Hi Thog, how are you? How's it going? I've got fireworks going off. Levels only 25 cents. Only 25 cents. You get one per stream. I've got fireworks going off in the background and a nervous cat. Yeah, fireworks. Fireworks and firecrackers. My cat's not very happy. She's chilling, but she's alert. I think she's starting to get used to it, but she definitely doesn't like it. You have to realize, Arnold continued, that men have been keeping mammals and reptiles in zoos for hundreds of years. So we know a lot about how to take care of an elephant or a croc, but nobody has ever tried to take care of a dinosaur before. They are a new animal, and we just don't know. Diseases in our animals are the biggest concern. Juner, hello. Welcome in. It sucks I had to work today and I gotta work tomorrow morning. Oh, poor Thog. diseases, Shannara said, suddenly alarmed. Is there any way a visitor could get sick? You've been here for several hours. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You have not been here for several hours, Junior, because I would have seen you on the list, and you haven't been here. You haven't been here. You can't lie to me, Junior. You cannot lie to me, Junior, because I know. I see. I have a list of people. I can see who's here. I can see who's here. No. I can see who's here. I have a list. I can see the viewers. I can see what moderators are here. I can see the bots. You can't fool me. You don't fool me. I know who's lurking and who's not. I've got a list. I've made a list. I've checked it twice. I know exactly who's naughty or nice. Cinder Claus is coming to town. Thank you for making that joke. I was also going to make it. Cinder Claus is mint. Pecco censor. I've been censored. Also, full disclosure, I am drinking right now. I've got alcohols. I've got a whiskey cola. Can we get a Santa Claus costume? I don't have one. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll make a suggestion. So there's this girl, this other VTuber who edits who has been editing the Suika model outfits. So maybe I can pitch a suggestion to her to make a Christmas outfit. I think her name is Dolly, Princess Dolly. David Servos, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you like Jurassic Park because that's what we're reading. Alcohols, yes, alcohols. Based whiskey drinker. I love a good whiskey. I do. I love a good whiskey. I do. Particularly, I enjoy a good bourbon. But I am also a big fan of Japanese whiskey. My personal favorite right now is the Mars EY. Neon, hello. Hello, thank you so much for the head pats. Hello, hello David, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Might take a sip or two of some tequila. What's your go-to brand? I don't remember what brand that I have right now. You know, I don't mind Jack. Jack is a good economical option. I don't know what one that we picked out today. Never been a huge bourbon fan. I like Jameson and Crown mostly. I've never had Crown. I am definitely a fan of Jameson. I like a good black label. Mind if I sit here while I fall asleep? Of course. Of course, Neon. Of course. Big fan of Chivas Regal. Huh. I know a few who enjoy a good whiskey. Who wouldn't enjoy a good whiskey? I'm also a rum drinker. Alright, so my tops: whiskey, rum, and tequila. I have tried the what brand is it? Moonshine. What brand is it that makes their little like store-bought moonshine in the little mason jars? I do like those. Occasionally I'll get the moonshine cherries and I'll make like a moonshine cherry cola. Okay. There's also like an apple pie flavored moonshine. I like that one. That's actually pretty good. I did try the pickle moonshine. The pickles I don't like, but the juice is actually pretty good. The actual liquor in it is actually decent. The pickles, I could skip the pickles. Um, don't get the store one. I know, but I don't have anyone that I can get actual shine from, so. And I just wanted to try them, the little flavors that they have. There's also like a blueberry one, but I don't. Did I try the blueberry? I think I did try the blueberry one. Yeah, I don't have anyone that I can get shine off of, so I just got those ones so I could try them. But my big three is they are whiskey, rum, and tequila. I can drink tequila like water. I don't like I don't really like the tequila silver. Okay, I don't like white tequila. It's not my favorite. I prefer the reposado. I like reposado. I need to try añejo tequila. So that's next on my list of things to try is añejo. Yeah, the pickles are gross. Yeah, like when you stick them in the shine, the pickles are gross, but I like the actual shine. Um, which is a shame because I love pickles and pickle juice. Yeah, alcohol is very fun. Tequila sucks. Fuck you, Junior, man. Tequila is great. I like tequila. You're just not drinking the good shit, alright? My favorite brand is Fortaleza. My favorite brand of tequila is Fortaleza. You used to drink rum. I like rum. There. So I used to just drink like spiced rum, but I got put onto this white rum that is local to my state. It's called it. Is it like Blackbeard something? Yeah, Blackbeard. It's a silver rum. That one is actually pretty good. You drink white tequila, and you like gin as well. I've never tried gin. Hornitos. I've never tried gin. And I don't really like white tequila. Maybe I just haven't had a good white tequila, so I might try it again. But personally, I prefer reposado. So I think I might like añejo, but I still have to try it, and I'll let you guys know. Chivas and Coke just does something to me, I don't know. I used to drink rum, vodka, or stronger alcohol. Never really did anything to me. Gave it up though. Loved cocktails though. I was never really a cocktail person. El Espolon is a really good white tequila. I'll see if my ABC has them. Vodka. I don't usually drink vodka. The only time that I get vodka really is if I'm going to make like an infused drink. So, so I have a cookbook with a bunch of recipes for food items that you can find in Elder Scrolls. I have an Elder Scrolls cookbook, and one of the recipes is for skooma. And the skooma recipe is basically just like an infused vodka. So you make your sugar syrup, and then you mix it with it's like 1 part sugar syrup, 1 part vodka, or is it? No, I think it's 1 part sugar syrup, 2 parts vodka, and then you put in your dried pieces of fruit in there. It calls for apricot, but you can pretty much use anything. I did one with fig. and one with, I think, dried peaches. Pretty good, pretty good. My brother did a sour gummy worm infused vodka. That one was pretty good. I don't drink as much as I used to because I went through a stage where I did get into some heavy drinking, and my dad was an alcoholic, so I am predisposed to alcoholism. And so one time I was telling him about the night I had, and at that point is when I started getting like I had gotten blackout drunk like once or twice, to where the point where I didn't know how I got myself back to bed, but I did. And I woke up with like bruises, and my dad told me that it reminded him of when he was younger. So at that point is when I decided, oh, I think I need to cut back. So I did. So yeah, I don't drink nearly as much as I used to. This is actually the first drink that I've had in a few months now. I think that meme of Windows Movie Maker, how to make skooma. If you guys want the recipe for skooma, I can like post it in the Discord. I just have to dig my recipe book out of my boxes. I also have I have a couple of Tolkien cookbooks, if you're interested in those as well. Recipes from the world of Tolkien. Junior, you will not become an alcoholic in some point of your life. I never got too heavy into drinking due to one parent being changed by it. Yeah. Yeah, no, so my dad was an alcoholic, and then but he stopped after my brother was born because of something that happened. But lately he has started drinking again. I don't know why he started drinking again, but the deduction is, so my parents are going through a divorce. I don't know what made him decide to start drinking again, but that is a thing that is happening. So I don't know if that's a part of it, or he just decided, to see if he can handle like drinking in moderation. I don't know what his intake has been. I don't know what his intake has been. But yeah. All I know is my dad can't drink beer because I think he's allergic to like the hops or something, because his face gets like red and kind of swollen a little bit when he drinks beer. So he hasn't been drinking beer though. He's been having like liquor. So I don't know. It's hard putting down the drink in the big white. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard because, when you have a bad day, you just like, oh man, I need a drink. But yeah, it really takes a lot of determination to keep from picking it up again. You really love mixology? Oh, Junior, do you watch the YouTube channel How to Drink? I really like that channel. he's funny, and I like seeing the different drinks that he does from throughout history, and then also video game drinks. Like his when he did the Nuka Cola. I have self-control issues, so that was a big reason why I stopped, and also the amount of money I used to spend on it. See, I have a self-control issue, but it's not with alcohol. It's with I'm very competitive when it comes to like when it comes to certain games. So like there was a mobile games that I used to play. There was Isekai Slow Life, and then also Whiteout Survival. Now, if you know Whiteout Survival, if you've ever played that, you know that it is very much a game that has a lot of whales in it. And there are some whales in Isekai Slow Life, but you can definitely free to play it. But some events you'll have a difficult time because of the whales in the other servers. Now, I have spent a substantial amount of money in Whiteout Survival and in Isekai Slow Life. And so I had to quit those games because it was not good for me or my wallet. No. Yeah, I've also spent a good amount of money in like in Black Desert Online for costumes. Like you can put me in a free to play MMO and I'll still drop like a couple hundred on costumes for each of my characters. So let me put you on Vlad Slick Bartender. Ooh, send me a video and I'll check it out later. I don't even want to talk about what I used to blow money on. It's super embarrassing. Alright, now let me tell you. So, Isekai Slow, I definitely would recommend playing Isekai Slow Life. It's a fun game. Just, you know, try not to spend lots of money on it. That's the thing, just trying not to spend lots of money on it. You can free to play it, but it takes a lot of like, you have to know what to save for, keeping with the scheduled events. You have to know what to save for. So you have to keep track of the event calendar to see what's coming up and what you need to save for to be able to get those high numbers. Alright, where was I? Arnold sworn it again. You ever catch a cold from a zoo alligator, Mr. Gennaro? Zoos don't worry about that. Neither do we. What we do worry about is the animals dying from their own illnesses. Or infecting other animals. But we have programs to monitor that too. You want to see the Big Rex's health file, his vaccination record, his dental record. That's something. You ought to see the vets scrubbing those big fangs so he doesn't get tooth decay. Not just now, Gennaro said. What about your mechanical systems? You mean the rides? Arnold said. Grant looked up sharply. Rides? None of the rides are running yet, Arnold was saying. We have the Jungle River ride, where the boats follow tracks underwater. And we have the Aviary Lodge ride, but none of it is operational yet. The park will open with the basic dinosaur tour, the one that you're about to take in a few minutes. The other rides will come on Line 6, 12 months after that. Wait a minute, Grant said. You're going to have rides. Like an amusement park. Arnold said. This is a zoological park. We have tours of different areas, and we call them rides. That's all. Grant frowned. Again, he felt troubled. He didn't like the idea of dinosaurs being used for an amusement park. Malcolm continued his questions. You can run the whole park from this control room. Yes, Arnold said. I can run it single-handed if I have to. We've got that much automation built in. The computer by itself can track the animals, feed them, and fill their water troughs for 48 hours without supervision. This is the system Mr. Nedry designed, Malcolm asked. Dennis Nedry was sitting at a terminal in the far corner of the room, eating a candy bar and typing. Yes, that's right, Nedry said, not looking up from the keyboard. It's a hell of a system, Arnold said proudly. That's right, Nedry said absently. Just one or two minor bugs to fix. Now, Arnold said, I see the tour is starting, so unless you have other questions. Actually, just one. Malcolm said, just a research question. You showed us that you can track precomsignates, and you can visually display them individually.
Banana.
Can you do any studies of them as a group? Measure them or whatever? If I wanted to know height or weight or... Arnold was punching buttons. Another screen came up. The King! Hello, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. We can do all of that, and very quickly, Arnold said. The computer takes the measurement data in the course of reading the video screens, so it is translatable at once. You see here we have a normal Poisson distribution for the animal population. It shows that most of the animals cluster around an average central value, and a few are either larger or smaller than the average at the tails of the curve. You'd expect that kind of graph, Malcolm said. Yes, any healthy biological population shows this kind of distribution. Now then, Arnold said, lighting another cigarette, are there any other questions? No, Malcolm said. I've learned what I need to know. As they were walking out, Gennaro said, it looks like a pretty good system to me. I don't see how any animals could get off this island. Don't you? Malcolm said. I thought it was completely obvious. Wait a minute, Gennaro said. You think animals have gotten out? I hit 100 gifted subs on Pecco's channel yesterday. We all got problems. Bro, 100. It's crazy. I know they have. Gennaro said, but how? You saw for yourself. They can count all the animals. They can look at all the animals. They know where all the animals are at all times. How can one possibly escape? Malcolm smiled. It's quite obvious, he said. It's just a matter of your assumptions. Your assumptions, Gennaro repeated, frowning. Yes, Malcolm said. Look here. The basic event that has occurred in Jurassic Park is that the scientists and technicians have tried to make a new, complete biological world. And the scientists in the control room expect to see a natural world, as in the graph they just showed us, even though a moment's thought reveals that nice, normal distributions is terribly worrisome on this island. It is. Yes, based on what Dr. Wu told us earlier, one should never see a population graph like that. Why not? Gennaro said. Because that is a graph for a normal biological population, which is precisely what Jurassic Park is not. Jurassic Park is not the real world. It is intended to be a controlled world that only imitates the natural world. In that sense, it's a true park, rather like a Japanese formal garden. Nature manipulated to be more natural than the real thing, if you will. I'm afraid you've lost me, Gennaro said, looking annoyed. I'm sure the tour will make everything clear, Malcolm said. We're about to go on the tour! tour time, baby. But first, it's time for a stretch break. It's time for a bathroom break. So, while I'm gone, I need each and every one of you to stand up. Give yourself a big stretch. Crack your backs. Go get some water. Go to the bathroom. And we will continue with the next chapter of Jurassic Park when I return. Don't say it like that. Don't say it like what? What do you mean? See you in a few. Hi, Mac. I hope everyone had a really good stretch. I hope you got some water or maybe some alcohol so you can drink with me. Say cheers if you're drinking with me tonight. Thank you. Alcohols, yes. Nobody say cheers. No. Type cheers in chat if you're drinking with me right now. Or type 1 if you have water. Two if you have something that's not water, but also not alcohol. We've got 2 waters. So I'm the only drinker tonight. Junior, you didn't like the way I said big stretch. I have to make sure that I don't drink too much tonight because I have to be up early tomorrow. I'm going out for lunch for my mom's birthday tomorrow. I don't have a choice. I told them, I was like, I'm too broke to go out to lunch with you tomorrow. I can't afford it. And my mom was like, no, you don't have a choice. You're coming with us anyway. I don't care. You can just borrow money from me. And I'm like, no, I already owe you a lot of money. And then she was like, I don't care. I don't want you to miss out on eating lunch at places like this. So I have to be up tomorrow to I have to be up tomorrow to go to lunch. Banana. You're killed. These are filters meant to process water, yeah. So relatable, yeah. Yeah, so, okay, so originally the plan was to make a reservation at Fogo de Chao. However, Fogo de Chao is booked solid for the whole weekend. So my sister made a reservation at a place that does like French, Creole, soul food nouveau type shit in her city, which is quite a drive away from us. So it's a couple cities away. We have to cross a bridge to get there. So we're going to be going there for lunch tomorrow. A reservation is at 1 p.m. But we're gonna have to leave at like 11 just in case, you know, holiday traffic. type shit, yeah. Junior, do you think I would make a good e-boy? Type shit, ah. Yeah. What if I got a design for a new model that was like an e-boy instead of my Bakunawa e-girl? You know, I actually do want to get a, like an androgynous design as well, alongside with my hyperfemme design. So we can do a guy's night. Okay. Alright. If I can save up the money that I need, if I can get the money that I need, I will I'll commission a second design. Once my official design is done, I'll commission a second design with an androgynous masculine appearance. All right. I also need to get an illustration done with my character in a business suit. Should I do like a business suit or like a business like top with skirt, right? I should do that, right? What should my outfit be like for the e-boy design? What should the e-boy design look like? Like what kind of clothes should she have? I know I do want to keep like that nice like kind of a slick wolf cut, maybe an undercut, I don't know. But like for like the clothes, what should she have for her like e-boy look? A snapback. Back to reality. Oop, there goes gravity. I'm gonna have to do some market research on this. Gonna have to do some market research on this to make the optimal sexy e-boy design, but like still being a girl. E-boy survey. Maybe I should consult Twitter on this. Like, what's the sexiest androgynous woman look with like a masculine vibe? Maybe I should consult Twitter. Not Twitter. Well then, who should I consult then? Twitter's got the largest reach among the VTubers. You? But that's not a survey if I'm just counting one person. Tomboy. So we're talking like sporty, I don't know. Muscle t-shirt. You're getting it all wrong. Think skater. Oversized t-shirt. Cargo shorts. Oversized t-shirt, cargo shorts. I don't know. I think I want to go a little more sophisticated, right? Like I think I want to go more towards like manhwa main character, right? Like the manhwa business tycoon. Or maybe like a bartender. Sexy bartender. We'll workshop this. We'll workshop this. We'll workshop this. Because if I do sexy bartender, he can also have like the rings, you know, and maybe like some piercings. Maybe a tongue piercing. Ah. Now you're getting too adventurous. Too adventurous with the tongue piercing. Artemis, where'd you go? Artemis, little baby. Artemis. I think she might have gone downstairs. Alright, how long is the next chapter? Let's see. Yeah, Artie has gone. Artie has gone. Alright, let's do the next chapter, and that'll leave us on an even number for the next stream. So, we are on page 155 right now. The chapter is another 5 pages. Well, 4 pages, and we'll start on 160 next time. So, here we are finally getting to the start of the park tour. We've toured the facilities. We've seen the velociraptors. Now it's time for the car tour around the island. We are finally getting in to the meat of the story. And we're not even halfway through the book yet. Are we ready? I'm ready. They do move in herds. Alright, this chapter is called The Tour. This way, everybody. This way, Edregis said. By his side, a woman was passing out pith helmets with Jurassic Park labeled on the headband and a little blue dinosaur logo. A line of Toyota Land Cruisers came out of an underground garage beneath the visitor center. Each car pulled up, driverless and silent. 2 black men in safari uniforms were opening the doors for passengers. 2 to 4 passengers to a car, please. 2 to 4 passengers to a car. A recorded voice was saying, children under 10 must be accompanied by an adult. 2 to 4 passengers to a car, please. Tim watched as Grant, Sattler, and Malcolm got into the first Land Cruiser with the lawyer, Gennaro. Tim looked over at Lex, who was standing, pounding her fist into her glove. Tim pointed to the first car and said, "Can I go with them?" "I'm afraid they have things to discuss," Edregis said. "Technical things." "I'm interested in technical things," Tim said. "I'd rather go with them." You'll be able to hear what they're saying," Regis said. "We'll have a radio between the cars. Open between the cars." The second car came. Tim and Lex got in, and Ed Regis followed. "These are electric cars," Regis said, guided by a cable in the roadway. Tim was glad he was sitting in the front seat, because mounted in the dashboard were 2 computer screens and a box that looked to him like a CD-ROM. That was a Laserdisc player controlled by a computer. There was also a portable walkie-talkie and some kind of radio transmitter. There were 2 antennae on the roof, and some odd goggles in the map pocket. The black men shut the doors of the Land Cruiser. The car started off with an electric hum. Up ahead, the three scientists and Gennaro were talking and pointing, clearly excited. Edregis said, "Let's hear what they're saying." An intercom clicked. "I don't know what the hell you think you're doing here," Gennaro said over the overcom. He sounded very angry. I know quite well why I'm here," Malcolm said. "You're here to advise me, not play goddamn mind games. I've got 5% of this company and a responsibility to make sure that Hammond has done his job responsibly. Now you goddamn come here. Ed Regis pressed the intercom button and said, in keeping with the non-polluting policy of Jurassic Park, these lightweight electric Land Cruisers have been specially built for us by Toyota in Osaka. Eventually, we hope to drive among the animals, just as they do in African game parks. But for now, sit back and enjoy the self-guided tour. He paused. And, by the way, we can hear you back here. Oh Christ, Gennaro said. I have to be able to speak freely. I didn't ask for these damn kids to come. Ed Reed just smiled blandly and pushed the button. We'll just begin the show, shall we? They heard a fanfare of trumpets, and the interior screens flashed. Welcome to Jurassic Park, a sonorous voice said. Welcome to Jurassic Park. You are now entering the lost world of the prehistoric past, a world of mighty creatures long gone from the face of the earth, which you are privileged to see for the first time. That's Richard Kelly, Ed Regis said. We spared no expense. The Land Cruiser passed through a grove of low, stumpy palm trees. Richard Kelly was saying, notice, first of all, the remarkable plant life that surrounds you. Those trees to your left and right are called cycads, the prehistoric predecessors of palm trees. Cycads were a favorite food of the dinosaurs. You can also see benedictalians and ginkgos. The world of the dinosaur included more modern plants such as pine and fir trees and swamp cypresses. You will see these as well. The Land Cruiser moved slowly among the foliage. Tim noticed the fences and retaining walls were screened by greenery to heighten the illusion of moving through real jungle. Chomak, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. We imagine the world of the dinosaurs, said Richard Kiley's voice, as a world of huge vegetarians eating their way through giant swampy forests of the Jurassic and Cretaceous world. 100 million years ago. But most dinosaurs were not as large as people think. The smallest dinosaurs were no bigger than a house cat, and the average dinosaur was about as big as a pony. We are the first going to visit one of these average-sized animals called Hypsilophodonts. If you look to your left, you may catch a glimpse of them now. They all look to their left. The Land Cruiser stopped on a low rise, where a break in the foliage provided a view to the east. They could see a sloping forested area, which opened into a field of yellow grass that was about 3 feet high. There were no dinosaurs. Where are they? Lex said. Tim looked at the dashboard. The transmitter lights blinked and the CD-ROM whirred. Obviously, the disk was being accessed by some automatic system. Monty, hello, welcome in. Thank you for dropping in. You're just in time for the start of the tour around the island. How are you doing today, Moonty? I hope you're doing well. He guessed that the same motion center that tracked the animals also controlled the screens in the Land Cruiser. The screens now showed pictures of Hypsilophodonts and printed out data about them. Headache from the fireworks, that's unfortunate. I didn't go out to see them. I could hear them plenty from here, but unfortunately I couldn't see them from my window. Artemis definitely is not a fan of the fireworks. She was freaking out a bit for a while, but eventually she got used to it. She definitely doesn't like them, but she's a little less anxious about them, I think. The voice said, Hypsilophodontids are the gazelles of the dinosaur world. Small, quick animals that once roamed everywhere in the world. From England to Central Asia to North America. We think these dinosaurs were so successful because they had better jaws and teeth for chewing plants than their contemporaries did. In fact, the name Hypsilophodontid means high-ridged tooth, which refers to the characteristic self-sharpening teeth of these animals. You can see them in the plains directly ahead, and also perhaps in the branches of the trees. In the trees, Lex said. Dinosaurs in the trees? Tim was scanning with binoculars too. To the right, he said, halfway up that big green trunk. In the dappled shadows of the tree, a motionless, dark green animal, about the size of a baboon, stood on a branch. It looked like a lizard standing on its hind legs. It balanced itself with a long, drooping tail. That's an Othnialia, Tim said. The small animals you see are called Othnialia, the voice said, in honor of the 19th century dinosaur hunter Othniel Marsh of Yale. Tim spotted two more animals on higher branches of the same tree. They were about the same size. None of them were moving. Pretty boring, Lex said. They're not doing anything. The main herd of animals can be found in the grassy plain below you, the voice said. We can rouse them with a simple mating call. A loudspeaker by the fence gave a long nasal call like the honking of geese. From the field of grass directly to their left, 6 lizard heads poked up, one after another. The effect was comical, and Tim laughed. The heads disappeared. The loudspeaker gave the call again. And once again, the heads poked up, in exactly the same way, one after another. The fixed repetition of the behavior was striking. Hypsilophodonts are not especially bright animals, the voice explained. They have roughly the intelligence of a domestic cow. The heads were dull green, with a mottling of dark browns and blacks that extended down the slender necks. Judging from the size of the heads, Tim guessed their bodies were 4 feet long, about as large as a deer. Some of the Hypsilophodonts were chewing, the jaws working. One reached up and scratched its head with a 5-fingered hand. The gesture gave the creature a pensive, thoughtful quality. If you see them scratching, that is because they have skin problems. The veterinary scientists here at Jurassic Park think it may be a fungus or an allergy, but they're not sure yet. After all, these are the first dinosaurs in history ever to be studied alive. The electric motor of the car started, and there was a grinding of gears. At the unexpected sound, the herd of Hypsilophodonts suddenly leapt into the air and bounded above the grass like kangaroos, showing their full bodies with massive hind limbs and long tails in the afternoon sunlight. In a few leaps, they were gone. Now that we've had a look at these fascinating herbivores, we will now go onto some dinosaurs that are a little larger, quite a bit larger in fact. The land cruisers continued forward, moving south through Jurassic Park. Should we do another chapter, you think? It'll be another few pages. Take a sip of my drink here. Big stretch. This has been a pretty good evening, actually. I'm quite satisfied. I think I'll do another chapter. Just one more. This chapter is called Control. Gears are grinding, John Arnold said, in the darkened control room. Have maintenance check the electric clutches on vehicles BB4 and BB5 when they come back. Yes, Mr. Arnold, replied the voice on the intercom. A minor detail, Hammond said, walking in the room. Looking out, he could see the two Land Cruisers moving south through the park. Muldoon stood in the corner, silently watching. Arnold pushed his chair back from the central console at the control panel. There are no minor details, Mr. Hammond, he said, and he lit another cigarette. Nervous at most times, Arnold was especially edgy now. He was only too aware that this was the first time visitors had actually toured the park. In fact, Arnold's team didn't often go into the park. Harding, the vet, sometimes did. The animal handlers went to the individual feeding houses, but otherwise they watched the park from the control room. And now, with visitors out there, he worried about 100 details. John Arnold was a systems engineer who had worked on the Polaris submarine missile in the late 1960s, until he had his first child, and the prospect of making weapons became too distasteful.
Banana.
Tetra Enjoyer, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Meanwhile, Disney had started to create amusement park rides of great technological sophistication, and they employed a lot of aerospace people. Arnold helped build Disney World in Orlando and had gone on to implement major parks at Magic Mountain in California, Old Country in Virginia, and Astroworld in Houston. His continuous employment at parks had eventually given him a somewhat skewed view of reality. Arnold contended, only half-jokingly, that the entire world was increasingly described by the metaphor of the theme park. Paris is a theme park, he once announced after a vacation, although it's too expensive and the park employees are unpleasant and sullen. For the past 2 years, Arnold's job had been to get Jurassic Park up and running. As an engineer, he was accustomed to long time schedules. He often referred to the September opening, by which he meant September of the following year, and as the September opening approached, he was unhappy with the progress that had been made. He knew from experience that it sometimes took years to work the bugs out of a single park ride, let alone a whole park running properly. You're just a worrier, Hammond said. I don't think so, Arnold said. You got to realize that, from an engineering standpoint, Jurassic Park is by far the most ambitious theme park in history. Visitors will never think about it, but I do. He ticked the points off on his fingers. First, Jurassic Park has all the problems of any amusement park: ride maintenance, queue control, transportation, food handling, living accommodations, trash disposal, security. Second, we have all the problems of a major zoo: care of the animals, health and welfare, feeding and cleanliness, protection from insects, pests, allergies, and illnesses, maintenance of barriers, and all the rest. And finally, we have the unprecedented problems of caring for a population of animals that no one has ever tried to maintain before. Oh, it's not as bad as all that, Hammond said. Yes, it is. You're just not here to see it, Arnold said. The tyrannosaurs drink the lagoon water and sometimes get sick. We aren't sure why. The Triceratops females kill each other in fights for dominance and have to be separated into groups smaller than 6. We don't know why. The Stegosaurs frequently get blisters on their tongues and diarrhea for reasons no one yet understands, even though we lost 2. Hypsilophodonts get skin rashes, and the velociraptors... Let's not start on the velociraptors, Hammond said. I'm sick of hearing about the velociraptors, how they're the most vicious creatures anyone has ever seen. They are, Muldoon said in a low voice. They should all be destroyed. You wanted to fit them with radio collars, Hammond said, and I agreed. Yes, and they promptly chewed the collars off. But even if the raptors never got free, Arnold said, I think we have to accept that Jurassic Park is inherently hazardous. Oh, balls, Hammond said. Whose side are you on anyway? We now have 15 species of extinct animals, and most of them are dangerous, Arnold said. We've been forced to delay the Jungle River ride because of the Dilophosaurs and the Pterotops Lodge in the aviary, because the pterodactyls are so unpredictable. These aren't engineering delays, Mr. Hammond. They're problems with control of the animals. You've had plenty of engineering delays, Hammond said. Don't blame it on the animals. Yes, we have. In fact, it's all we could do to get the main attraction, Park Drive, working correctly, to get the CD-ROMs inside the cars to be controlled by the motion sensors. It's taken weeks of adjustments to get that working properly, and now the electric gear shifts on the cars are acting up. The gear shifts. Let's keep it in perspective, Hammond said. You get the engineering correct, and the animals will fall into place. After all, they're trainable. From the beginning, this had been one of the core beliefs of the planners. The animals, however exotic, would fundamentally behave like animals in zoos anywhere. They would learn the regularities of their care. They would respond. Meanwhile, how's the computer? Hammond said. He glanced at Dennis Nedry, who was working at a terminal in the corner of the room. This damn computer has always been a headache. We're getting there, Nedry said. If you had done it right in the first place, Hammond began, but Arnold put a restraining hand on his arm. Arnold knew there was no point in antagonizing Nedry while he was working.
Banana.
It's a large system, Arnold said. There are bound to be glitches. Testament to brotherhood. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I'm glad to have more little minions join us tonight. In fact, the bug list now ran to more than 130 items and included many odd aspects. For example, the animal feeding programs reset itself every 12 hours, not every 24 hours, and would not record feedings on Sundays. As a result, the staff could not accurately measure how much the animals were eating. The security system, which controlled all the security card-operated doors, cut out whenever main power was lost, and did not come back on with auxiliary power. The security program only ran with main power. The physical conservation program, intended to dim lights after 10 p.m., only worked on alternate days of the week. The automated fecal analysis, called autopoop, designed to check for parasites in the animal stools, invariably recorded all specimens as having the parasite phagostomum venulosum, although none did. The program then automatically dispensed medication into the animal's food. If the handlers dumped the medicine out of the hoppers to prevent it being dispensed, an alarm sounded which could not be turned off. And so it went, page after page of errors. When he arrived, Dennis Nedry had been under the impression that he could make all the fixes himself over the weekend. He had paled when he saw the full listing. Now he was calling his offices in Cambridge, telling his staff programmers they were going to have to cancel their weekend plans and work overtime until Monday. And he had told John Arnold that he would need to use every telephone link between Isla Nublar and the mainland just to transfer program data back and forth to his programmers. While Nedry worked, Arnold punched up a new window in his own monitor. It allowed him to see what Nedry was doing at the corner console. Not that he didn't trust Nedry, but Arnold just liked to know what was going on. He looked at the graphics display on his right-hand console, which showed the progress of the electric land cruisers. They were following the river just north of the aviary, and the Ornithischian paddock. What is an Ornithischian? I'm gonna look that up. Hold on. One second. Ornithischian dinosaurs. Ornithischia is an extinct clade of mainly herbivorous dinosaurs characterized by a pelvic structure superficially similar to that of birds. Ornithischians are united by multiple features of the skull, teeth, and skeletons, including especially the presence of a predentary and palpebral, an increased number of sacral vertebrae, the absence of gastralia, and the pubic pubis. Okay, what are the 5 groups of Ornithischians? Can be divided into 2 distinct subgroups, Sauropoda and Thyreophora. The sauropods are further subdivided into Ornithopoda, Pachycephalosauria, and Ceratopsia, though some authorities link the Pachycephalosauria and Ceratopsia together in a group called Marginocephalia. Let's see. Triceratops and Stegosaurus are classified as Ornithischians, which means bird-hipped, because their pubis bone was originally thought to resemble that of birds. Interesting. So much learning today. If you look to your left, said the voice, you will see the dome of the Jurassic Park aviary, which is not yet finished for visitors. Tim saw sunlight glinting off aluminum struts in the distance, and directly below is our Mesozoic jungle river where, if you're lucky, you just may catch a glimpse of a very rare carnivore. Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. Inside the Land Cruiser, the screen showed a bird-like head topped with a flaming red crest, but everyone in Tim's car was looking out the windows. The car was driving along a high ridge overlooking a fast-moving river below. The river was almost enclosed by dense foliage on both sides. There they are now, said the voice. The animals you see are called Dilophosaurs. Scamten. Interesting name. Thank you so much for the follow. Despite what the recording said, Tim saw only one. The Dilophosaur crouched on its hind legs by the river, drinking. It was built on the basic carnivore pattern, with a heavy tail, strong hind limbs, and a long neck. Its 10-foot-tall body was spotted yellow and black like a leopard.
I have arrived.
Welcome in. But it was the head that held Tim's attention. Two broad, curving crests ran along the top of the head from the eyes to the nose. The crests met in the center, making a V shape above the dinosaur's head. The crests had red and black stripes, reminiscent of a parrot or toucan. The animal gave a soft, hooting cry like an owl. They're pretty, Lex said. Dilophosaurus, the tape said, is one of the earliest carnivorous dinosaurs. Scientists thought their jaw muscles were too weak to kill prey and imagined they were primarily scavengers, but now we know they're poisonous. Hey, Tim grinned. All right. Again, the distinctive hooting call of the Dilophosaur drifted across the afternoon air towards them. Lex shifted uneasily in her seat. Are they really poisonous, Mr. Regis? Don't worry about it, Ed Regis said. But are they? Well, yes, Lex. Along with such living reptiles as Gila monsters and rattlesnakes, Dilophosaurus secretes a hemotoxin from glands in its mouth. Unconsciousness follows within minutes of a bite. The dinosaur will then finish the victim off at its leisure, making Dilophosaurus a beautiful but deadly addition to the animals you see here at Jurassic Park. The Land Cruiser turned a corner, leaving the river behind. Tim looked back, hoping for a last glimpse of the Dilophosaur. This was amazing. Poisonous dinosaurs. He wished he could stop the car, but everything was automatic. He bet Dr. Grant wanted to stop the car too. If you look on the bluff to the right, you'll see Les Gigantes, the site of our superb 3-star dining room. Chef Alan Richards hails from the world-famous Les Beaumanières in France. Make your reservations by dialing 4 from your hotel rooms. Tim looked up on the bluff and saw nothing. Not for a while, though, Ed Regis said. The restaurant won't even start construction until November. Continuing on our prehistoric safari, we come next to the herbivores of the Ornithischian group. If you look to your right, you can probably see them now. Tim saw two animals standing motionless in the shade of a large tree. Triceratops, the size and gray color of an elephant, with the translucent stance of a rhino. The horns above each eye curved 5 feet into the air, looking almost like inverted elephant tusks. A third rhino-like horn was located near the nose, and they had the beaky snout of a rhino. Unlike other dinosaurs, the voice said, Triceratops serratus can't see well. They're nearsighted, like the rhinos of today, and they tend to be surprised by moving objects. They'd charge our car if they were close enough to see it. But relax, folks. We're safe enough here. Triceratops have a fan-shaped crest behind their heads. It's made of solid bone, and it's very strong. These animals weigh about 7 tons each. Despite their appearance, they're actually quite docile. They know their handlers, and they'll allow themselves to be petted. They particularly like to be scratched in the hindquarters. Why don't they move? Lex said. She rolled down her window. Hey, stupid dinosaur. Move. Don't bother the animals, Lex, Ed Regis said. My, it's stupid. They just sit there like a picture in a book, Lex said. The voice was saying, easygoing monsters from a bygone world stand in sharp contrast to what we'll see next. The most famous predator in the history of the world, the mighty tyrant lizard, known as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Good, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Tim said. I hope he's better than these bozos, Lex said, turning away from the Triceratops. The Land Cruiser rumbled forward. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, woo. My wrist is a little bit tense from holding those pages open. It's been a while since I've read from like an actual book. Most of my reading's been from, digitally. Lately. Tonight was a really good night, you guys. I'm gonna take another big stretch. Oh, yeah. Oh, I just cracked my back like a Rice Krispie treat. Oh, I missed her stream. Too bad. I would like to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. It was been super nice. Thank you so much for the follows. Gotta head out since it's getting late, but I hope you have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much, Optimus. I'm actually going to end stream now and raid out to one of our new friends. If anyone is willing to stick around for the raid, I think you get bonus points for joining our raids. I'm thinking of sending you guys off to our friend Miyuki. She's playing Pokemon Emerald. Or let me see who else I have on right now. We've got Momo Plush. We've got Frufio. Yeah, I think I'm gonna send you guys over to Miyuki. We played Peak with her just a few days ago. It was a very wonderful time. I really enjoyed playing with her. So I'm gonna send you guys over there. If everyone is willing to hop onto this raid. It has been such a wonderful night. I hope every one of you has a great rest of your evening. Thank you guys for the new follows. Thank you again for the raids. I super appreciate all of you for hanging out with me tonight. I will be back tomorrow. We will be playing a game that I got for free from a indie studio. It's going to be a dark fantasy romance visual novel. I hope you guys will stop by tomorrow. We'll be starting 5 or 6 p.m. It depends on when I get back from my mother's celebratory birthday lunch. Again, I appreciate you guys so much. If you're not in the Discord, please join that. It is !Discord. And I will see you guys next time. Bye bye. Bye bye.